Hi everybody, good morning, good morning, good morning. You know, I'm a great believer that if you build it, they will come. So I've put my summer shirt on. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I've
I
got
live
my
in
winter
hope.
jumper on.
Yeah, I've got factor 30 on my mush. I'm inside. Who cares? Rain this morning.
It was terrible. It is still terrible out there.
And do you know, I'm not a moaner about weather, but this morning, that cold rain.
Miserable. Icy.
Oh, just staying with me. Well, that was a screenshot, wasn't it? Who's that little voice you hear? I'll tell you who it is. It's Rebecca Reid.
Yeah, we're swapping today, aren't
Are
we?
you?
Yeah.
Weren't you the other side yesterday?
Yeah, I know, we swapped. It's great, isn't it? So you're summer and I'm winter.
It's time for you to get your own back now.
Yeah, I know.
For yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to, yeah. That's it
Honestly. We'll get to you. Anyway,
it's
time to start the day as we always do with our early bird.
It's flying.
Now, I do love, it's a summery thing, a bit of sweet tea. Oh, I travelled around the Philippines and discovered sweet tea.
What's that, just tea with sugar?
Oh, yeah, lots.
Lots of
And lemon tea or peach tea. Oh my goodness. This is a really beautiful panel. Let me show you this. I'll spin it around. It's a panel. It's got, oh, it was right the first time. Ooh. Look at these lovely, lovely panels. You've got a bowl full of lemons. You know what they say? If life gives you lemons, make yourself a gin and tonic. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, make gin.
You've got a gorgeous bowl. I love how painterly these are. They look watercolour, don't they? Or almost like, you know, painting on silk. Size-wise, approximately 9.5 inches, that image. Good bit of margin around it as well. So I would probably cut that out at 10.5 inches and then a 10-inch finish. And that would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Fronts of bags. You could do a lovely wall hanging out of all of these. You've got your teapot with your tea bags. Beautiful. I'm a little teapot. Short and stout. I could go on. Chamomile. The funniest video I saw online with two guys. What tea have you got? And I've got breakfast tea. He was American. I've got breakfast tea, and I've got chamomile. Chamomile.
Oh, I love
chamomile.
that. That's better than microwave, isn't it?
It's microwave.
Chamomile.
I was in Birmingham once, and somebody asked me the way to the hippodrome.
Oh no!
Honestly, and it was all I could do not to.
I love that.
The
chamomile is a brilliant one.
Yeah, so you've got your chamomile flowers there. You've got your gorgeous teapot and cup here. This is really fun, isn't it? I love this. I love a panel. I love a panel. And I love a price crash. And if the two can be combined, well, I'm happy. Oh, get in there. $6.99 for that. Fantastic. That's a great deal.
That is really good, isn't it?
And this is beautifully printed as well. Gorgeous colours in there, absolutely stunning.
Placemats.
You've got 6 placemats would be lovely.
Yeah. I mean, I know they're funny, they're on shape, but you could put fabric either side. It'd be nice.
Well, I like a square for that though, because you could put a strip down here and then you could put a little pocket for your napkin or your cutlery, couldn't you? So you could make a set of 6 placemats, and you could maybe pull out things like batiks, tone on tone, solids. They would all work really well. Batiks would look particularly nice with this, wouldn't they? You know. That would be lovely. But like I say, there's a really good margin all the way around, so you can square them up very, very easily. And the easiest way to square them up really is just to fold in half, find the centre point, and then measure outwards from there. So if you want 10.5 inches, measure 5 1/4 out from the centre, and then you'll get that perfect 10.5 inch square, and your motif will be centred. But also as well, you know, you could do a bit of piecing with this. There's no reason why you couldn't cut this up into, you know, 4 or 9 patches, split them apart, sash them, create a little window frame. I love doing stuff with panels. Yeah, that looks lovely
actually. Works really well.
It's good fun, isn't it? I'm thinking as well, I'm a little bit inspired by our first hour, which is all about Amber makes and gorgeous book covers. But, you know, other things like maybe framing these as pictures or doing...
Yeah, we don't do that enough with fabric, I don't think. And they do look great, because fabric is often lovelier, the prints that you get in fabric, better than paper prints.
They really are gorgeous.
And you don't need to put glass in, just frame it.
And you could just put a bit of H640, something like that behind and fuse it. I would do a tiny little bit of quilting, machine or hand, a bit of embellishing, and then frame that, like you say, without glass.
Yeah. Looks lovely. They look
gorgeous.
Lovely. Really nice.
Mother's Day, Easter gifts. What about some bags, front and back? Little border.
Well, you've got it all
tote
there,
bags.
$6.99. And if you've got like a charity market stall, you know.
Or make and sell. There's your profit.
All
Don't pay $9.99, pay $6.99. Let's do the menu and see what's coming up today. Okay, 8 o'clock. You've already seen one half.
Yummy.
Amber makes book covers with Rebecca Reid. At 9 a.m, Rebecca Harrison is here, the fabulous, absolutely wonderful Rebecca Harrison with the Ilford jacket. I've already tried it on. Apparently, I look gorgeous in it.
Stunning.
I'll take that.
Stunning.
Thank you. Oh, I'm going to take that. 10 a.m, Amber makes kits with Rebecca Reid. A whole roundup, some lovely kits there. 11 a.m, so different, Darjeeling Frock and Overlocker with Rebecca Harrison. I don't know about you, but I love a frock.
I love that word.
I love the word frock.
So much nicer than a dress, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Frock.
It's afternoon tea. It's gin and tonics on the lawn.
It's gorgeous. Love the frock.
12 o'clock, we'll have a proper in-depth look at overlockers and some dressmaking tools. So if you want to get ahead and get your overlocker and your dressmaking tools before the sewing bee starts, yes, it's coming soon. Now is the time, because if you try and buy an overlocker or dressmaking tools during a sewing bee, forget it. Let's have a look at the website. All right, so www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and there I am, arms spread. Here we go. If you go down, you'll see our early bird. You will see coming up on today's show, and this is where you can pre-order anything you like from today's shows. Now remember, if we do price drops throughout the morning, which we will, you will pay the lowest price. So never think that if you buy early, you end up paying more than other people. Now, I need to give you a little heads up here. You see this air threader overlocker on the left-hand side, the Elna? We have got one of these left. One. Now, it's a really, really popular overlocker. It's air threaded, it's simplicity itself, but we have one left. We've got dressmakers forms. Again, things like this, the clapper, these sell out before sewing bee. And no one can get them in stock during sewing bee because everybody wants them. So it's much better to get ahead now. Now, there's all that gorgeous Amber Makes. We've got brand new products from Amber Makes this morning. 3 brand new book covers. Jump ahead, because once Rebecca starts on this, they are going to sell out really fast. There's the Ilford jacket, unisex, very gorgeous. We've got some denims, we've got corduroys, they're all there. Jump ahead. Oh, that's a lovely bag from Amber Makes. I like that. Lovely cushion. Beautiful. So jump ahead. Scroll through, see what you want, grab it now, and then when Rebecca's on, you can just sit back and relax. Beautiful. All right. Let's get started. I want to say some nice good mornings. Claire, good morning. Stuart, Rebecca, and all. Good morning, my
Claire.
lovely.
Morning, Claire.
Morning. Marie, good morning, young optimist. Well, I like your style, calling me young, thank you. Hope the sun shines where you are. It's pouring here in Islington. Oh, Marie, it's pouring here. And I had to go backwards and forwards to my car. It's typical.
Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it?
I got my hair wet.
No.
Yes, I did. Claire says, Stuart, is that the tape measure that doesn't start at 0? The black and gold one?
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't it start at 0? Oh, no, it doesn't, does it? It's just after 0. Oh, hello. Okay. Patricia's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. And I love you from Redditch, my lovely. Thanks for all your messages. Let's get started. Right, so Amber Makes book covers. These are gorgeous, and we've got 3 brand new designs. Pattern with panel. Let's start with thoughts and ideas. Now, I love this because, you know what, January, good or bad, it makes us all reflect. It makes us all think about what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing
What
in
are we
life?
going to do?
What are we going to do?
So this one you can use for your general thoughts and ideas, your sewing thoughts and ideas, whatever you fancy.
Positive affirmations.
Yeah, your lists. You could use it to put your lists in, shopping lists, whatever.
Delegations.
But it's more of a general one, because when we did the first show, a lot of people said, can we just have a general one that we can use for whatever we like?
I really love this. I love this. It's great, isn't it? I love the motif. I love the bee on it, of course. Very special.
Love the bee.
Beautiful flowers as well. And so adaptable. Like Bex said, you know, write your hopes, your dreams, your ideas, your plans for the new year in here. Write your plans for the day.
Yeah.
I'm a great list writer.
Yeah.
I'm a great list writer.
Well, it's a general one, and it will fit it'll fit a hardback A5 notebook. That's just one I bought. From,
so you just want a cheap as chips A5
anything.
notebook.
I just bought a hardback one. That was all. But you put
hardback's important.
Well, no, I mean you can put a soft back in it, but it's, you know, to give it a bit more structure, just a hardback one. But it is a standard A5 size.
Yeah, and I love that you've got pen pocket in the front. You've got a little popper pocket on the back. Love that, useful. And an open slip pocket on the very back. So you can keep things like maybe bus tickets, train tickets.
Well, it's all those bits of paper you know that you normally keep inside your notebook, and then when you open it, they all fall out.
Yes.
That's what it's for, because I have a notebook that happens to.
Love that. So this is our first. Now I can't believe the price on this. It's $14.99. That's for your panel and your instructions.
Yes, everything.
Amazing. Instructions would be $9.99 on their own, but you're getting instructions plus a panel. I'll show you the panel. Where'd you get all your inspiration from, Bex?
I don't know.
It's amazing.
Just things. Well, it's usually, to be fair, things that I want. So I cover a lot of my notebooks anyway. And like I say, and put pockets, because otherwise they fall, the stuff falls off.
Yeah.
And so it's usually things that I want.
Born from experience. I like that. So you've got your front and back cover, you've got your inner flaps to hold it on the book, you've got your slip pockets. This I love. This is that shaped pocket with the popper at the top, isn't it?
And then it's got handles, so the handles are optional. So on the one that you've got there, I didn't put the handles on, but what I've done is turned the handles into a clasp, which I'm going to show you how to do.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
So
and you've got a little magnetic fastener there.
So after we did the first set, some people messaged in and said, oh, I put a clasp on mine. I thought, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So we have got a little, you can turn the handles. So if you look at the others, I'll put the handles on the next one.
Fantastic.
The handles are optional, whether you want to carry it or not.
I like the handles though. That's a great option. Could you do handles and use a bit of spare fabric to make
you could do.
I want both.
You can do
I want both. Now this I absolutely love. This is our next one. This is my favourite recipes. You know me, I love cooking. I love cooking.
Well, I think everyone keeps recipes, don't they? Whether they keep them and they cut them out from papers or magazines, or whether they write them down. And you can stick them all in there or write them as well.
I love it. I love it. Oh, S&P. That makes me think of my mum. Whenever she wrote a recipe in, she'd always put S and plus P for salt and pepper, always. Ah, and I love all of the Cornish ware. Little bit of Le Creuset there.
It's got all our favourite
Very
things
nice. Is this based on your kitchen at home?
Well, I don't know, because Amy drew it, but it should be, because I collect Cornish ware and I've got a bit of Le Creuset.
Oh, have you?
But I love the blue and white.
It's gorgeous. And all this gingham as well. It's just fresh and beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Again, you've got your little pen pocket there. Love the fact that you've got a utensil on each one. It's so well thought through. It's a little object of beauty.
And the back pocket you can use as a slip pocket as well, so you can put things in through the back of it.
Oh, down there.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Look at that.
So you can put more pencils in there.
Yeah.
And then you can open it up and put, I don't know, whatever you want to put in your...
Such a clever idea. I love that.
And then you've got your those bits of paper that fall out.
Absolutely gorgeous. So again, all you need to add to this is, you know, a hardback, cheap A5 notebook, and you can buy them everywhere, can't you?
Not difficult.
They're so easy and so cheap, £1 or £2 to get one of those. Bit of padding in there.
Yeah.
What have you used inside?
Just wadding. I can't remember. I think I used a bit.
640.
Yeah, well, I might have used a bit of 80/20 cotton wadding because I like that. But
Perfect.
Just nothing too bulky.
No,
that's
a thin
all
batting.
I would say. Yeah.
H630 even.
And if you go on the website and click on the product details, I've listed everything that you need that's not in the kit, like wadding and press fasteners.
Perfect. And there you've got your beautiful panel. Gosh, I do think that's beautiful.
So
I love that.
I love that.
And there's so much on there as well, isn't there? Absolutely brilliant. Lovely for gifts too. A message. Hi Stuart, Rebecca and all. Good morning. Love the shows today. All ready to watch and learn. Rebecca had me learning crochet.
Oh,
Love
that was yesterday. Yeah, we did crochet yesterday.
How did that go?
Yeah, it was good actually. I was teaching Hayley. She was very good.
Oh, good.
She was really good.
That's why they didn't ask me. Morning, you two lovely people. Looking forward to all the shows today. It's 8 and 10 and still, it's 10 past 8 and still dark here. Love, Sandy.
Yeah. Oh, it's not
Brighter
good,
days are coming though. We've got past the hump, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely getting a bit lighter, I think.
So that's our baking option. And then last of all, as a new one, I've got the baking. Sorry, that was my favourite recipes. We've got the baking.
Well, I thought we'd separate these out because a lot of people some people are cookers, some are bakers, but I keep my baking recipes separate to my normal cooking recipes, or if you're just a baker. And also I think that's quite a nice gift for somebody.
Oh, agreed. And you could of course write a few recipes in there too, couldn't you, to get someone started?
Well, I think maybe if you've got like a child going off to university or a grandchild or something, and you want to give them, you could write your favourite recipes and give them to them.
Yes, or just write on every page, eat vegetables.
Yes, don't forget broccoli. And I said to my son, do you eat vegetables when you're away? He goes, I have peas. I went, oh.
Of course you do.
That's a start,
Mushy.
isn't it? Yeah. Frozen peas.
Yeah, but it's something. It's better than nothing. Gosh, I've got a couple of salad dodgers in my life. It's very difficult. But my baking notebook, I think that's gorgeous. Again, you've got your panel, pre-printed panel, everything on there. And also this makes the sewing a lot of fun. Because a lot of projects, they do start off with quite a lot of measuring. And
well, there's no templates. All the seam allowance on there, it is cut and sew.
Love that.
Just cut around the edge, sew it together.
Love all this kind of dusky lilac, dusty rose as well. That's really attractive, gorgeous. And I have that very mixing bowl.
Oh, do you? Is it Mason and Cash, I think, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I love that one.
Love them. And the old baking tins. Lovely bit of nostalgia there. Now then, if you are a bit of a master chef and you love to cook and to bake, you might well want both. And we've got you covered because you can get both. So what we've got here is a bundle which includes the My Favourite Recipes and the My Baking panels, plus one set of instructions. The instructions cover all of the book covers.
Yeah, they're the same for all.
Yeah. So you've got your instructions there. You've got your recipes and your baking for $24.99. So if you want to make yourself a saving and get both panels and instructions, go for that bundle right there. It's been really popular actually, been a very popular option. Lots of bakers and cooks out there.
Well, it's a nice matching set, isn't it?
It is, it's fab. Now we've got a few older book covers, but we'll come to those in a bit. Let's get to demo, right?
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Shall we? I'm going to pinch one. Can I pinch one of your panels?
Yeah, of course you can. Do you want a baking or
that one? Yeah,
the recipes?
Just because I want to show you. So, as Stu was saying, it is all cut and sew. Let's move my machine a bit. So when you get your panel home, open it out. I usually give mine a little press because it might to get rid of the folds. And then what you need to do is, if you look at the panel, you'll know if you've used our Amber Makes kits before. That's how we do it. If you look at the panel, every piece on the panel has got a little label above it. It's always on the above, and it's the right side up. So like this one says book cover lining. So cut round the outer edge. All the seam allowances are included, so you don't need to add anything else. And then take the label and pin it to the top of the piece. And if you pin it to the top of the piece, you'll always know. I mean, with something like this, it's obvious which is the top because of the direction, but it's not the same with all pieces, because you might have, like this one, the book cover flap. You don't always know. It's even though when I make these, I know what it, because I've made them several times. Once I've cut them all out, it's often difficult to remember which piece is which. So if you just get into the habit of always cut it off the label, pin it to the top, then as you're making them, you can take them off as you go along. So do that with all the pieces, and then you'll know, like the flat pocket outer looks like that's the wrong way up, but it isn't. So if you pin it to the top, then you'll get it right. So that's the first thing you need to do. So give it a press and cut all the pieces out. Then the first thing you need to do when you're coming to the sewing is to make the pockets. So the book cover back, I've made a few in advance so we can get through the whole thing. So there's the book cover back, and I've pinned the label to it. And then there's a pocket that goes onto the book cover back. You place the lining and the outer right sides together, sew them together, and then turn them so they're wrong sides facing, and then sew across the top. So the way that this pocket is done is, if you don't want to have a pocket on the back, you don't need to, you can just leave it out. That's the back of the book cover, and you could just leave it as it is. But that's why we've done it that way, so that there's always options about, I know some people think, oh, well, I don't want to put an extra pocket on, or that's too much. But the way it's been designed is that when you then put this on top, it will match up. So when you put it on top of here, match up the pieces, and then it will look like you haven't got a pocket. So you don't, I mean, it will match up on the sides and the bottom, but just check that matches. And then all you need to do is put a few pins around here. Now this will be sewn into place properly when you assemble the book cover, but it's much easier if you tack it into place for now, because it won't get caught, because when you're sewing things together and you've got several layers, sometimes one layer can slip. So if you tack it together, and now I'm going to tack it by machine because I'm far too lazy to tack by hand.
Oh, I'm the same, Bex.
Far too lazy.
Oh yeah.
Unless it's something really, 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 really fiddly.
I'll hand tack a zip in.
Something like that, yeah, maybe.
Machine tack that.
So when you do a tack by machine, just lengthen your stitch length. I normally go for about 3.5.
Why don't you go with the longest? I don't do the longest either.
Because it starts gathering.
Yes,
and
exactly that.
Yes, which I thought was a good idea at first, but it will start gathering everything up. So a 3 or 3.5 is fine. And then, because I don't like taking out my tacking stitches either, sew it within the seam allowance. So for this, it's 1/4 inch. So you don't need to measure it, but just sew it close to the edge.
Close to the edge.
And that just holds it in place, ready for when you then sew the whole thing together.
Jane's got in touch, Bex, to say good morning.
Morning.
Both, sorry, I can't read this morning. Good morning, both. You're the perfect combination. I'm watching in bed with a cuppa.
Oh,
You're
nice.
my sunshine this morning. Oh, thank you.
I would like to be watching in bed with a cuppa.
Talking of combination, morning Stuart and Rebecca, got the book cover collection.
Ooh.
Absolutely fabulous as always, Karen from Derbyshire.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
They go brilliantly together, don't they? You've got your baking and your favourite recipes. And because a lot of people got into baking during lockdown, didn't they?
Did, yeah,
sourdough
exactly.
bread.
Oh, everyone did sourdough bread.
Everybody did sourdough.
And it's nice, and I collect recipes all the time from newspapers, things, and I stick them in.
Yeah.
But then I write recipes in them, or if I've changed something slightly, and it's lovely to go back through them. So.
My lovely friend who I mention often, Deputy Joan, is also a great cook and a great baker. And, you know, I was around the other day talking fabrics, and she just made some vegetable soup, Scottish vegetable soup. You know, carrot, onion, leek, handful of pearl barley, handful of porridge oats.
Oh, nice.
Thrown in, which thickens it.
Does it?
Makes it creamy. Oh, it was delicious. Of course, went home, wrote it in my little book.
Well, there you go.
We'll
and I just think it's a lovely thing to give someone as well, your favourite recipes.
Gorgeous.
I made some stuffing the other day, talking about that. It's got nothing to do with sew. I bought some of the packet stuffing for Christmas, which I hadn't used, so I made some. I love stuffing.
Me
you know, the
too.
section. And on the back of the packet it said, ideal to put in soups and casseroles. And I thought, I wonder what happens if you sprinkle it in. Do you think it like expands and like
it would do,
thickens?
wouldn't it?
Or sprinkled over a pasta bake? I thought,
wow.
Because I love that stuffing.
I do pork chops, seasoned flour, egg wash, and then coat it in stuffing mix. Drizzle it with oil, and then in the oven for half an hour.
Never thought about
delicious,
stuffing
crispy.
for that.
Crispy.
There we go. Well, I'm going to try it. So nothing to do with...
We've sorted dinner.
You sorted dinner, and what you can do with stuffing.
Tell me more about the book cover.
We're never going to make this because we're talking about stuffing. So the next thing you need to do is one of the flaps has a pencil pocket. In the instructions, it tells you exactly where to place this. I have made it in advance, just to save a bit of time. But basically it's 2 pieces of fabric, the front and the lining, which has got the little print on. You don't need the print, you see. There's the other thing with the panel. You know, if you want to use the bits of it that are linings for something else, you can, because you could just use some plain fabric. Right sides together, sew it together all the way around, turn it right sides out. But this is all in the instructions. And then you pin it into place. I've marked mine in advance. It tells you where to put it. And then this time we're going to top stitch in place, not tack. So with the top stitch, I always do my top stitch a little bit longer, normally a 3, but you don't have to. And we're going to sew it together all the way down the edge, across the bottom and at the top. So a top stitch is about, there's about 3 to 5 mils, so about 1/8 of an inch in from the edge, but close to the edge. There's no hard and fast rules with a top stitch, but I would say close to the edge. Start a little bit of the way down, maybe 1/4 of an inch on the way down, and reverse stitch and then go back up.
Gotcha. So you reinforce the top and bottom?
Yes. Then go all the way down to the bottom, pivot, and then go all the way into the other side, and then sew back up.
I love the attention to detail on your panels, Bex. It's brilliant. I love those 3 implements, utensils. Really
yeah, they're
clever.
really lovely, and with the Amy's done such a good job with each of them. There's something very specific, like the gardening book cover has got a fork and a spade.
Oh gosh, look at this.
And I love that, the fork and the spade.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So she's chosen specific things.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now, because obviously you could keep this as one big pocket, but I've sewn channels in mine, so you can put 3 pens or 3 pencils. Now, the problem when you sew the channels is this is the point of most biggest strain, and quite often, even if you reverse stitch, it will come undone because you're going in and out of that all the time. So what I do,
top tip
is start at the bottom, and you don't need to reverse stitch for this, and go all the way at the top. Now this has actually got lines printed on it. If the book you cover you're doing doesn't have lines, because I don't think they all do, then just draw lines. Go to the top, but I stop at the top stitching. Oh, well, I do, but it's gone over. You don't need to go over the edge. Keep the needle in and go, then pivot and come all the way back down again. That means that you've got a double seam, you haven't got any reverse stitching at the top, so it won't come undone.
Clever.
So if you're doing anything that has something like this where you've got a point of strain, if you do it that way, you can, the other way to do it is you can start in the centre and work upwards. But it just means if you do that, then you've got part of the line that's got 2 rows of stitching and part that doesn't. Try and stitch right on top of that line you've done. If it's slightly off, it really doesn't matter. But I've put many pockets and channels in like this where they have come undone. But doing that, then they won't.
It's a top tip.
Top tip.
It's a top tip.
So,
that's why we have you.
So there's your pencil flap. Then the next flap is the flat pocket flap. Flat pocket flap. So with this one again, it's made in exactly the same way as the pencil pocket. You've got the outer and the lining, right sides together, sew it together all the way round, turn it out through a little gap that you leave. And when you go around the curved edge, just snip the seam, cut the seam allowance to about 1/8 of an inch, and it will turn out nicely. You then need to sew it onto here, but with my book, can I have
of course.
one of
Is
my
it the
books?
favourite recipes?
I put a press fastener on. You could put a bit of Velcro, you could put a magnetic snap. We have got press fasteners if you need them.
And then you put a little decorative button on the front.
Yeah.
Would you put a button and a buttonhole?
No, couldn't be bothered.
Too fiddly.
You could, yes, you absolutely could if you wanted to, but I wouldn't, because it's a bit of a faff, isn't it? But you could if you wanted to. So what I do is I sew the male half to the top, the female half to the bottom, and then I...
How do you know which is which?
Yes, sort of obvious.
Apparently, according to Susan, you can mix sage and onion stuffing with turkey mince and eggs to make a delicious meatloaf.
Wow.
And then never underestimate the power of squidging tomato ketchup back and forth over the top of the meatloaf, and then before you bake it.
Right.
Delicious.
Not
it almost
tried that.
caramelizes.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
Well, I'm getting more of the stuffing since I've read the back of the packet while I was waiting for it to make. And it's vegan.
There you go.
How weird is that? Sage and onion stuffing is vegan. Not that I am vegan, but that's interesting.
Breadcrumbs and herbs.
Well, I guess there's nothing in it.
Who knew?
I made gingerbread stuffing at Christmas. Never again.
Gingerbread.
It was a
rank.
terrible waste of 2 beautiful gingerbread loaves.
Yes.
Never again.
No.
Who would mix gingerbread loaves, because they're gorgeous, aren't
Yeah.
they? Those sticky ones.
You mean like a Jamaican ginger
Yeah,
cake?
yeah. 2 of them.
With custard. That's the only thing you mix Jamaican ginger cake with.
Bacon and onions. Oh, it was horrible. Don't make that.
Get her out of this studio
It was a proper recipe. It was Nigella. You know Nigella?
Do you know, I was going to say, was it Nigella?
No, didn't like it.
Oh, Nigella,
No, I wasn't there were other people at Christmas dinner who did like it, but
Right,
never. What a waste.
What a waste.
Maybe it was the amount of the ginger cake that I ate during the process.
That you were sick of it before you ever sat down, you tinker. But you're a girl after my own heart. Details on screen, by the way, are for the twin pack. So in that, you are getting the My Favourite Recipes panel. You're also getting my baking
I did give you a
book, and you're getting 1 set of instructions. So you can make 2 book covers, 1 for baking, 1 for your favourite recipes. One to keep, 1 to gift maybe? Both to gift, both for you?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Well, it's
love
nice now, isn't it? It's thinking about gifts, isn't it? Particularly Mother's Day. This is a good present for Mother's Day,
Easter,
isn't it?
or just, I've got a February birthday, Bex. I'm just putting it out
So have I.
There we go.
Yeah, we're only like a week apart, I think.
We are.
We're like twins.
We are, aren't we? Oh, imagine.
Imagine, poor mother. Right, pockets. So, if you want to put a fastener on it.
With?
Oh, I've got an itch. It's just, my jumper's itchy. Now you've pointed it out.
Sorry, love. Sorry. Nice jumper, though.
And I love the jumper.
love it.
I bought it as a Christmas jumper, then I realised it's not it's not really Christmassy, is it? Goodness wear it. It's got a bit bobbly now, though. Anyway, so if you're going to put a fastener on it, I've pinned mine into place round here, but it's much easier, obviously, to sew this bottom half of the fastener on before you sew this on. So if you're going to do that, sew the top half of the fastener on here, fold it over, and if you give it a good press, it'll leave a little indent here. Just mark that with a pen, and then what you can do is unpin a couple of these pins, sew that bottom part of the fastener on, and then you can pin it back together. But if you give it a good press, it'll leave an indent, but don't try and measure and sew this one on first. If you sew that one first, fold it over and press it. And then I just sewed a button, you see, on the top of mine, because that's just a neater finish. And then what you're going to do now, I'm going to top stitch down the side, across the bottom up here, obviously not over the top, or you won't be able to get your things in. And again, this is the point of weakness, but I'm not going to sew around it twice, so I'm going to start further down, maybe like an inch down, and go up and back again, and then that will further secure it. You can tell I've had a lot of pockets that have come undone.
You've done a lot of pockets. That's how you learn the best tips.
And I've had a lot of pockets that have come undone. So if you go for about an inch, that's enough. Now, take it reasonably slowly, she says, whizzing round, as you go round, because you've got 4 layers of fabric here that you're going through. And make sure your needle's nice and sharp.
While you sew that, Violet's got in touch to say, my gran says a pimple and a dimple for studs and magnetic clasp instead of male and female.
Oh, okay.
I think that's much more proper, Violet. I
like. Well, I don't know.
Like.
I do. I'm not sure. They don't have names, but somebody said male and female
I
once.
always say male and female,
that's
yeah.
Okay. And then I just thought, well, everybody knows what that means, don't they?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Ellen got in touch to say one of my favourite things that I have are the recipes my mother-in-law gave me: lemon drizzle cake and date and walnut cake.
Oh, nice.
I need proof.
But there are things like that you have recipes.
They're so
I said to my mum the other day, if you've got the
precious.
recipe for what were they called? Brown Betty's, and they were these cakes that she used to make, and she had them. She had the recipe.
Is it Apple Brown Betty?
No, they were just called.
Betty?
They were almost like snickerdoodles.
I don't know what they are.
It was like an American cookie, quite a big flat one. And she still had it. This is going back years, and made some for me. So I've got the recipe now to put in my book.
Laurie says, Stuart, mix American mustard and ketchup and brown sugar, just a small amount of each, spread on top of a meatloaf halfway through baking. Yummy. I want it, and I want it now.
Yeah, that's lovely. We've got some great ideas.
We have a talented lot of viewers here, and we love our cooking and our gardening, and that's why your ideas are so genius, because we love all of these things, don't we?
Yeah, we don't just like sewing.
No.
I'm a big fan of alcohol in any food. So if I fry bacon, sherry.
Oh.
Sherry's lovely. If you fry bacon and onions, a bit of sherry.
Yeah, but this is also the person that made gingerbread stuffing for Christmas.
And then it'll evaporate, and that gives it a nice flavour.
Well, that does sound good.
And I bought some Pedro Jimenez sherry at Christmas, which is the really thick, sweet one. And the man in the wine merchant said he always puts that in his shepherd's pie. Because it's quite thick, syrupy, and I put port in a chicken pie yesterday. Not yesterday, day before. Nice.
Ooh.
It just gives it a real depth, doesn't it?
Gin on your cornflakes.
Gin on your cornflakes. Well, there is that, yes. So I'm going to press these because that sets the seam. And because even though obviously I haven't creased them, you can see now it's nice and flat. So always set your seam. That is the 3 pockets. That's your sort of prep done.
Okay.
So what we're going to do now is sew the front to the back, the right way round. So there's the front, because it says my favourite recipes. There's the back, because it doesn't. So just place them. That's annoying me, that handle's in my way. That handle's getting in my way. This is a nice clean one, isn't it?
I know, it's not
Did
bad
we get
at
a new
all.
one? So newish. Put them right sides facing. And then pin them together.
And you said 1/4 inch seam allowance
Yeah,
throughout?
it's 1/4 inch seam allowance, yes.
Cool.
And then
I've started something now. Princess has got in touch. An innie and an outie.
Yeah, that's like what people call tummy buttons, isn't it?
Belly buttons, yeah. Innie and outie.
Innie and outie. No, I think I'm preferring male and female.
I think I like dimples and pimples.
Dimples and pimples.
Dimples and pimples.
I think that's lovely.
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really cute.
Maybe I'm going to adopt that one.
Yeah.
So I'm just sewing these 2 together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay.
And that's the front and the back joined together. These are really quick to make, by the way, as well. So if you need a quick present to do, they can take longer if you like, because you could embellish them.
You couldn't you?
You could do embroidery on them.
Yeah.
On the panel is a label that's called book cover label, funnily enough, and there's a space in that for you to write your name or someone else's name.
Yes.
I think I've put it on one of the.
I certainly have seen it on the garden
one.
one. Yes, this notebook belongs to Amber Makes.
So you could embroider that, or
Yep.
you could. I used a permanent marker pen, but if you are giving recipes to somebody, I put it on. If you're going to do it, so I put it on this pencil pocket, sew it onto the pocket before,
Yep.
or you could put it onto the back. But it's just a nice way if it is a gift for someone
It's lovely to have it inside,
to have
isn't
that.
it? Yeah.
And then they'll always know, and you could put from mum, couldn't you, or dad?
Yeah. Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
whoever
I'm
you
watching
are.
you.
Yes. Eat vegetables.
Eat vegetables. I mean, that is a really good bit of advice just generally. Just eat your veg.
Yeah.
Eat your veg.
Eat lots of veg.
And eat fruit.
I'm
amazed at that. I've got one friend in particular, and if he could go through the rest of his life never eating another vegetable, he would.
Really?
Yes. And I think, how are you still standing?
Well, how is he going to the toilets? What I want to know.
Thoughts and ideas. Just a thought. Try a vegetable every now and then. Yeah. Try a vegetable. I love the cooking ones. I still come back to thoughts and ideas. I absolutely love this as a sort of really giftable for everyone.
Yeah, that is a real gifting present, isn't it?
I think because actually as well, it's not just about those affirmations, those plans, those ambitions, but it's also just about you daily. And I do this every day. I write a little list, and sometimes it's really mundane. It is literally just, change the bedding.
Do you? I don't like. I have to be in a point of crisis before I'd write a list.
No, because then I love the ticking off.
No, I hate it.
And then I get such a sense of achievement. And I'm somebody, I don't know if you're like this, You might be able to identify. I'm somebody that finds it quite difficult to say, my work is done,
Oh,
I
yeah,
can rest now.
Yeah.
But if I've written a list, if I've done everything on the list, I can rest
I
now.
have to be like really sort of panicking that I haven't done everything, because I just find otherwise I stick to it. My husband's a great list writer. He writes a list every Friday night. He writes a list and it'll say on it, wash the car. Why would you forget? You know, it doesn't matter anyway.
But it's the ticking off.
But he has a
it's
book
not the
with
writing
lists,
down.
and I read his book of lists once, and it said
Did
one
you?
of them was consider Bex's birthday present. I love that. Consider, not buy or purchase. Consider. You could just tick that off. Well, I considered it and decided not to.
Oh no, but that's a real think about it. Don't just buy chocolates and flowers.
Consider.
I bet you got a really good gift that year.
It writes that on a list.
Did you get a really good gift
I
that
have no idea. I was
year?
laughing so much. And he'll put on things like phone my mum. Well, why would you remember that, wouldn't you? So he will list everything, and I don't write lists.
Consider ringing your mum.
Consider.
Consider a vegetable.
Consider. That's my favourite one. Anyway,
So
good for lists, or
Good for
I'd write lists of things I want to do, like projects that I need to finish.
Right,
That's
yes.
really useful for that.
UFO book.
Yes, indeed, but not lists. Right, now at this point, if you want to add handles, the handles are printed on the panel. You just fold them in half, right sides together, sew them together, turn the right sides out and top stitch them. It's all in the instructions. You make 2 of them. So at this point, because the handle is placed between the flaps and the outers, you would sew it on here like so, if you were going to put the handles in. The measurement is in the instructions. I can't remember what it is. So you just pin that on. What you need to remember when you do it, it's right sides together, is extend the handle a little way beyond, because that gives added security. Now this is quite a tightly woven cotton, because it's a quilting weight cotton, but this is so it probably won't pull out, and now, to be honest, you are only carrying the weight of a book. You need to measure the exact measurement, and I can't remember what it is, but it's about like that. It's quite good practice to get into to always do this with a handle. I made myself a little backpack and it had webbing handles, and I didn't extend, and they just pulled straight out because of the webbing. So although this is only a book, if you always extend your handle only like by 1/4 of an inch, if it's webbing, a lot more, because it will come out. In fact, what I did in the end is I hemmed my webbing and then I extended it and then I sewed it out. But it just, you're only sewing this on with a 1/4 of an inch, so the fabric threads could pull through. So that's how you do the handles. And then you place the flap. You can choose which flap you put on the front and which on the back. I put the pencil one on the front and the flat one on the back, but you could swap those around.
And that does give you space for your little label, doesn't it, if you do it that way round as well?
Yes, so whichever one you're going to, if you are going to put a label on, then probably put the label on the front one.
Gotcha,
Yes, but there will be more space if you put it on the... I just put the pencils in the front, but you don't need to.
And now, presumably, if you were going to put something like the little...
Yes, so if you're going to do magnetic snap, that goes on the back. In the back flap.
Okay. I'm just looking at this. Sorry. Oh my goodness. You two are just so funny. I haven't laughed so much in ages. Such a tonic. Thank you.
Aww.
Little gin and tonic. That's us.
Now look, male and female.
Male and female.
See?
I still don't get it.
Should we do it really slowly? See? Pimple.
Dimple. Now I get it. Thank you, Violet, for raising the tone. Jane's got in touch to say, oh, you've got me thinking now. Could you put Baileys on porridge?
I think
And then literally straight after Claire's put, can you put Baileys on bran flakes? Asking for a friend. Now, before we carry on, I just want to remind everybody about 2 previous Amber Makes book covers, the sewing and the gardening. We'll start with sewing. Very relevant, very relevant. Beautiful this. You've got your sewing notebook cover. So all these beautiful vintage sewing notions, which are just gorgeous. Beautiful pocket on the back, little skeins up there. This would be nice to embellish, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would,
Your
yes.
button collection out. Cute.
And
Really
you can
cute.
really write a list of all those projects that you have started but not quite finished, so you can remind yourself as well.
Or like a bit of a tally of the fabric that you own.
Yes, yes.
So when you go fabric shopping, you know what you've already got.
Yes.
Little swatches, things
And
like that.
that's why it's got all the pockets, because all sorts of things you can put in that.
Superb. I like that. So you've got your full panel. This is baking. This is the wrong one. Why have I got that?
It
Do you know, I
is.
don't think I've got a sewing one.
I think you
is
have.
it one of those?
There it is.
Ah,
I think you
sorry,
swapped yourself
they
round.
got muddled. So you've got your full printed panel. Remember, it is cut and sew. Easy as that.
And it's
You've got
made
all of your
in exactly the same
instructions.
way as this one.
So that's the sewing for $14.99. Love it. We've also got the gardening. This would be perfect for my mum.
So that's to write, you know, your planting plans, your seed purchases, what went wrong, what didn't, what died.
Yeah, yeah.
What you need to move.
I like that. It is actually National Houseplant Appreciation Day today.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It is. And I love my houseplants.
Oh, I'm not very good at them. I have cacti. Can that count?
Yeah, of course they
no,
do.
I love my
Of course
cacti,
they do.
and they are alive.
Yeah, yeah. I have to have plants that you can't kill. So this is your garden notebook. I think this is lovely. Beautiful colours too. Absolutely super. And you've got your pocket in there. They all follow that same format, but they all look so different because of the artwork, which is magnificent. The artwork is so beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Panel and instructions, $14.99.
So if you want to put the clasp in, now this isn't in the instructions. I've done this as an extra hack. I think because somebody messaged in and said, I want to put a clasp on mine to hold it shut. So it's not in the instructions. I'm going to show you here. But also, if you go onto the Amber Makes website, which is ambermakesco.com, I've filmed a little video tutorial of how to put this in, how to make it, and how it goes in. So there's a set of instructions in there under the blog section, so you can see where it is. So you can use one of the handles for this, which is what I've... in fact, I didn't use one of the handles. I used, it tells you the measurements, a little piece of fabric from the top of the panel. Because on the top of the baking panel, well, all of them, there's a little piece of print across the top that's just spare. So I used, actually it's on here.
Just grabbing this out.
On the top of this panel, there's this piece of fabric here that's just spare, really. So I used that, and you've got the same on there.
Yeah.
I used that for mine. If you're not going to use the handles, you could use that. But if you want to use both, it tells you the measurements. You turn it right side. And remember, there is a video how to do it. You place the male half inside here. So basically, you turn the tube. You make a little tube, turn it right sides out, and then you slot the clasp in so that you can't see it at all. Then the clasp needs to go on the back of the book cover because it's going to fold from the back to the front. So just measure halfway, or fold it in half, and then we're going to put it here. And then if you're not sure which way round to put it, it does say in my instructions, but this is just a good practice. If you then open it up and think, right, okay, so I'll just turn that round.
Yeah.
Is that the right way? No, it's not, because that's not going to clasp over onto there. So it's just a really useful way. I mean, it does say in my instructions which way round to put it. If you do this, then you can see automatically. But I think that with lots of different sewing things, before you commit to the seam, always have a little go and see if it's going to work the right way around. Saves all that unpicking. Right, so once you've pinned that in place, if you then also want to have that handle, which you can, then put your handle in, because there's space for both. Do measure it so it's in the right place. I'm not doing that now, but there are measurements in the instructions. And then take your other flap. Now, what I would say with these handles, because when you sew it in place, it might shift slightly, and that's always a real shame, is I would pin it or tack it a little bit further down, maybe a couple of inches down. Always do this with handles. I usually just long stitch machine tack them into place. Then it will stay. With this, I wouldn't tack that, but when you're doing something where you're turning it then right sides out, maybe like it's straps within a tote bag, tack it, because otherwise you catch the pins,
so they
catch on
stay
your
straight and
hands.
they don't go a little bit at an angle. You're right, that does spoil the look.
But if you put pins in when you do that and you have to turn it right sides out, you always catch your hands on the pins.
Yeah, pin, tack, get rid of the pins.
Always better.
Yeah.
And also once you realise that you can machine tack, because I think a lot of people don't tack because they can't be bothered, which is me really. But machine tacking, lovely. So I would tack these handles into place first. I'm not, because I'm going to do it.
Best of both worlds, isn't it? It's the old school principle. It's there for a reason.
Yeah.
That sort of pin tack sew lasted for a very long time for very good reasons.
And if you know, and because you can machine tack, as long as you do a longer stitch length and do it within the seam allowance, you don't even have to take it out.
Yeah.
I think as well is that it's one of those things when you do something to start with, if you get into the habit of tacking, when you get a bit more experience, you might not need to, like putting in zips and things, but it's a good thing to start with. So there's my flaps. I'm going to just sew them in with my 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then I will be sandwiching the ends of all of this, all of these pieces in as I go. So do a little reverse stitch at the beginning.
Got about 10 minutes, Bex.
Okay.
Easy.
I'll never finish. I never finish. But this is such an easy thing to make. I'm just going through bits in detail, but it is really easy.
I love all those little charms that you can buy as well, and they tend to be themed, don't you? Get sewing themed, gardening themed, that you could sew on to the front or inside this project. Really zhuzh it up. A message from Sandy, who's in the West Midlands. Hi both, lovely book covers. What size book will it cover, and can I see the books you have? From Sandy. Of course you can.
Oh, the books I bought. So they are, it's an A5, and I bought, there's a book cover called, I think it's called Black and Red.
Yeah.
Bought them from Smith's, actually.
So they're just A5.
Yeah, you can buy them online, you can buy them from stationers, but any standard A5 size.
Yeah.
And I think is that one called Black and Red, I think?
Black and Red. Yeah. Black and Red.
But they're just nice hardback covers. But
like cheese and onion. Black and red. A friend of mine put a post the other day about food combinations and had put them round the wrong way just to show how disturbing that comes across. I went out for chips and fish, biscuits and tea.
Yeah, it doesn't work, does it?
Jam and toast, mash and sausage.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is that? It's a bit like couples, isn't it? You know, when you've got couples of friends like Alan and Sheila, and you never call them Sheila and Alan, do you?
Way.
Never.
Right.
Why is that?
Is it about dominance, do you think?
I don't know, but when you go through
I always wonder that.
When you go through your friends, it's not standard. It's not like you do one before the other.
No, it's not the woman before the man or... No,
it's just something, isn't it?
Right, absolutely.
Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Weird.
It is, it's interesting. Well, sometimes as well, there are reasons why you would say words in certain orders, because they sound right and others sound wrong. Like you would say, I don't know, a tall, broad, I don't know, I can't think of an example
Yes,
now.
I see what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, there are.
Where you're describing something in several different ways, but there's an order.
Well, and also it does sound wrong if you do it the other way. And I wonder whether friends, it's whether, like, say you've met one before the other.
Maybe.
So you met Alan first.
Yeah.
And then you met Sheila.
Is there an Alan and Sheila? I'd just like to say good morning, actually, to you both. Alan and Sheila, if you're watching.
I'm just thinking of those names. Don't know why.
I don't believe there's a hierarchy between you, but clearly Bex does. People names usually go in alphabetical order, says Donna. Interesting.
Oh, I don't know. What subconsciously?
Yeah. See, people always say Stuart and Charlie.
Right, never Charlie and Stuart.
Isn't, no.
That's good. Have you made them do that?
No,
so anyone
not
who comes
at all.
in and says, I'm sorry, can I be
first? No, like I
first?
say, I'd like to think it's not about dominance. I hope not. You know,
I honestly, some names work better.
Yeah.
I think you often do short and long.
Yeah.
Because that works better, doesn't it?
Yeah. I guess.
It sort of flows better.
Yeah.
Don't know. Or maybe, or it's who you've met first.
Yeah.
Who knows? Analyse it and have a little think.
Yeah. Just made me think. I'm pondering. Brain's whirring. It goes together really quickly, doesn't it?
It does. So there we go. So we've done the whole thing. So now you can see there's the flaps. Obviously we haven't totally finished it. But
we've got 5 minutes left on the Albex.
Oh, well, I'm going to show you a little bit more.
Right.
So you can see it's coming together. There's the flaps. That's where the magnetic clasp will go over. There's the handles. So what we do next is, this is where you need your piece of wadding, because You don't have to wad it if you don't want to, but it will just give it a little bit more body, a little bit more structure, look nicer. I don't even know what this wadding is, piece of found. Now, you have a piece of lining fabric for this. The lining fabric won't actually be seen because it's on the inside of the notebook, so you won't see it at all. But it's a shame to give you a piece of plain fabric. But what you could do is keep this, because it's a lovely print, and you could use your own piece of fabric.
Yeah, true enough.
Entirely up to you, because it's quite a big piece of fabric.
It is.
So if you wanted to just keep that, then do. So what we'll do now is place these right sides down, cut your wadding a little bit bigger than the fabric, just because it's easy. Otherwise, trying to match all those edges will be a right fiddle. Like that. And then pin it together all the way round.
Just a question for you about at home. Do you have an Eliso iron?
Yes.
Thought so.
Oh, did I leave it?
Check this out. Pick the iron up.
Did I leave it again?
And another. Burning iron. That's not an Eliso iron.
So that's actually really bad, isn't it, to have an Eliso iron for that? Oh, that is funny. Where did I leave it? Did I leave it on there?
Yes. You know, you were saying, oh, that's a lovely, nice new.
Well, I burnt the pressing mat the other day.
Yes, no, you were telling me about it this morning, doing exactly the same thing. Can we get a Sharpie so that Bex can sign that, please?
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, do I have to sign to say that I've burnt the thing?
Thank you, everybody that messaged in, by the way.
Everyone, yes.
If nothing else, it proves you're watching. Thank you.
Well, it shows you I've had that Eliso for maybe 6 months. Shows how used I am to it.
Yes, it does. We have actually got the Eliso iron available. We've only got 4 left.
Yes, from now on, please, can I only have the Eliso iron when I'm on air? Because
for everyone's sake, Bex.
For everyone's sake, because I cannot remember to pick it up. And you see, my iron, it turns off as well. So it never stays on for about 20 minutes, I think.
While you're pinning, I'm just going to do a quick roundup.
Yeah, do.
So brand new launches today, 3 of them. We've got thoughts and ideas. Going to pop that up on screen. This is for all of your affirmations, your ideas, your daily lists, your yearly list. Maybe, actually, here's a nice thought. Why not write something in here every day? Something wonderful, something lovely. Even if it's just, I am loved, or, you know,
it's not raining.
Yeah, it's not raining. Beautiful day today. Write it. And then at the end of the year, sit and look back through that book and see all the lovely things that happened to you over the course of the year. You get your pattern, you get your panel for $14.99. It's a beautiful day make. Now, we've also got my favourite recipes. We've had a few of those today. My favourite recipes with your pattern and with your panel. My favourite recipe would probably be, my favourite meal would probably be a roast chicken dinner. I don't think you can go wrong, really.
Mine's egg and chips.
Egg and chips. Double egg and chips.
Double egg and chips. With
Yummy.
salad cream.
I didn't have a fried egg until I was 19.
Oh, really?
I digress. We've also got brand new today, my baking notebook, which is gorgeous for all you bakers out there. Buns, muffins, cookies, sourdough.
Red velvet cake.
Oh, yummy.
Hummingbird cake, that's my favourite cake.
Banana bread.
Oh,
banana
love
and walnut, lovely. Never uses enough black bananas though, does it?
No, not really.
Never
enough. It needs
enough.
a recipe, doesn't there?
It does. Now, you can also get a bundle with both the baking and the recipes in. You get 1 pattern, you get 2 panels. You can make both book covers. And remember, you decide, do you want handles? Do you want a little clasp? Do you want nothing at all? You can choose. And, of course, we've also got some previous notebook covers. We've got the garden notebook, instructions, printed panel, all for $14.99. They're absolutely gorgeous, that. Get your planting scheme all worked out, your veg patch. and maybe for the allotment. And then we've also got the sewing notebook, my sewing notebook. Is it about your UFOs, projects you're going to make? Maybe it's things like your designs. Maybe it's a sketchbook for ideas.
Yeah.
Dressmaking, different people's sizes, measurements, all of that good stuff. One thing I do want to mention very, very quickly as well is we've got the Amber Makes greetings cards, which I think are utterly gorgeous. These are beautiful. You get 5 gift cards in here. They're all different. You get enjoy the ride, spring flowers, so happy, time for tea, and a slice of cake. They are printed, by the way. It's not sewn, it's not fabric. It was originally, wasn't it? And then this is a photograph.
I sewed them, but they are printed,
Gorgeous, yeah. And you get your envelopes in there as well. And made from 100% recycled materials. That's a good deal, £7.99. I bought a Valentine card yesterday. It was £5.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, I think greetings cards normally cost about £2.
But what price do you put on love?
Nothing.
What price can you put on love?
£3.50.
It's priced at £3.50. Thanks. If your husband's watching,
he won't
£3.50.
He won't be. He's at work. We'll be fine.
Consider buying a Valentine card.
I considered it. No.
Bex, can I say, I'll never forget this morning's show with you. It really has been a treat. And I will see you in an hour.
Yes, see you back here in an hour.
Isn't safe to be let out.
No.
Right, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Rebecca Harrison is here with the first of 2 dressmaking shows, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get all snazzy in our shackets.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre. I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
with all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 a.m. and 1 to 6 p.m.
And 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sewing Street.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Now, it's not often I get to put on something that's being made on Sewing Street, but today is my day.
Yes.
I'm loving this. This is the Ilford jacket from the Friday Pattern Company, which is a new pattern company for me. I am absolutely loving this. This jacket comes in two lengths, the short length, which is what I'm wearing right now, and also a longer length. It is entirely unisex, and I think this proves it. I feel really comfortable in this. I think it looks great.
Good colour on you.
Good colour on me, do you think?
I think so.
To bring out the colour of my eyes.
It makes your eyes twinkle.
Oh, it's Rebecca Harrison, everybody. Hello, you.
Hello, hello.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you.
It's very nice to see you. It's been a long time.
Happy New Year.
And to you as well.
And for last year as well.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether
Hello.
we did.
We did see each other last
But it's
year,
been a long
didn't we?
time.
It has been a long time.
Great day today. Ilford
Yeah.
jacket.
Yes.
First of two.
Beautiful jacket, very versatile.
Really gorgeous.
Yeah.
So it is almost like, I called it a shacket earlier on, which are very in at the moment. The kind of thing you can layer up. It's almost sort of cardigan-like. You could wear another coat over the top.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, you know.
Gorgeous. I love it. Oh, I just want to keep, I'm going to keep it on.
Keep it on.
I'm going to keep
Do
it on.
Do it.
Right, we'll get back to Rebecca very, very shortly. So let's have a look at what you're getting here. This is the pattern. So this is from the Friday Pattern Company. It's called the Ilford jacket. It's shown, let me just show you on the front cover, it's shown on a man. Sorry, there we go. Shown on a chap on the front. Love that, and I think this is where you can really see it worn as a shacket. Sleeves rolled up, layered, you know, really lovely. Looks nice in that sort of linen mix as well. And then on the back, if you have a look here, it's shown on a woman. This is the longer length, so this is skimming the hips, isn't it? Just below the hip.
Yes. Yeah.
On the longer length, and again, you know, you can have that cuff, you can have the sleeves rolled up, or a shorter length sleeve if you prefer, so you can mix and match those elements, and of course you can vary or leave off the pockets. Now size wise, this comes in extra small up to 7X. 7XL?
7X, yeah.
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 So, yeah.
So there is a guide.
There is a guide.
Yes, there is.
So let's have a look and see. So, size chart, the chest for the small is a 32 to a 33. Waist 24-25, hips 34-35. The small is chest 34 to 35. The medium is 36 to 37, large 38 to 39, the extra large is 40 to 43, the double X is 44 to 46, and then, gosh, it really does go up to 7X.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Crikey. 1X 47 to 48, right up the 7X is 59 to 60 inch chest. Oh, that's superb. Because of course as well, depending on the fabric, and depending on whether you were intending to layer it or have it as outerwear, would also vary what size you make.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if this is going under a coat, this is different to if this is going over a sweater.
Yeah, yeah.
What size did you make
So
this
that,
one?
I did that.
I'm showing off now.
An XL.
Is it small?
An XL. Which is which is the equivalent according to this pattern to a 14 to 16, size 14 to 16.
Well, I feel better about
Yeah.
that.
Don't look at the how many X's there are. Look at the.
In fairness, it is huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of room.
Me.
There's a lot of room in there.
I think I could have done with the extra small.
I think so too. I think you could have gone.
Do you know, we buy into these things, don't we? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the label that's been put on it. There isn't a label on it.
I was going to say, there is no label, so nobody's going to know unless you tell them.
It's about how you feel and how you look.
That's
right?
it, exactly. That comfort.
They're going to know.
Nope.
Gorgeous. I love it. So you've got right from extra small up to 7XL, which is a brilliant range of sizes. It is $19.99 for the pattern, and it's for confident beginners. Now, you're a dressmaking expert. How accurate is that, confident beginner?
Yeah, I would say only because the confident bit you need to do the sleeves, because it's a shirt. It's like a shirt opening. The sleeve is not difficult, but you need some confidence going into it. We're going to do that.
Fabulous.
First of all,
fabulous. I'm going to whiz through these so we've got as much demo time as possible. So grab your pattern, multi-size and also completely unisex as well. So I'm going to pop that to one side. Let's look at fabrics. Can we start with the corduroy? And we'll start with that beautiful clarity red. Gorgeous. Derek's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart, and the wonderful Rebecca. Hooray, at last. Aww. Something for men. Got my order in already.
Hey, brilliant.
Well done, well done. So here you're getting 2.5 meters. Is that right? 2.5 meters. Yep, this is the red. Cool, that's a good price. That's a good price. This is wine, cotton and whale corduroy fabric bundle, 2.5 meters for $18.99. Wow. And it is a lovely, I would say like a medium weight.
Yes.
Corduroy. So you can definitely wear it unlined, as I was, as a layering piece. Could we line this if we wanted?
I mean, you could if you wanted to. I think the idea of it is that it's just a, you know, it's just one of those layering.
Jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's
some people
there's
like
nothing
to do the sleeves, don't they?
Yeah, there's nothing to say that you couldn't.
Yeah.
Of course.
Really nice. Love that. You get 2.5 meters. And width-wise, do we know what the width is on this fabric? I'm going to assume it's going to be about 54, 55.
It's wide, I think.
Pretty wide.
Yeah, from what I remember.
Okay, let's go back now and do the bottle green. I'd give you a code, but I haven't got one. Sorry. Bottle green, which I rather like this colour.
Love that.
It's beautiful. It's that really deep, deep bottle green. It's the kind of colour you kind of only get in corduroy, almost.
Yes, and velvet.
Yeah,
yes.
velvet too.
Yes.
Lovely. But really nice. And I love that for sort of spring and summer. It's a nice sort of bit of colour, but still, I don't know, 144 centimetres wide. Okay, super. Doesn't mean anything to me, that.
No. Let me have a little look.
I'm so old school, 144.
144 is just shy of 56 and a half.
56 and a half.
Inches.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. All right, next up, classic navy. Can't go wrong with navy. And this is a good deep inky blue. Love that. Love that. I might line the sleeves. Just because I think to turn the sleeve back and have a bit of something inside, a bit of paisley.
Nice. Oh, that would be lovely.
With the corduroy might be nice. Or a bit of Liberty, small floral with the denim.
Very nice.
Just any excuse to get a bit of extra fabric in. Can't resist. And then last of all in the corduroys, we've got black. Classic black. Classic black. Goes with everything, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, very versatile.
Again, $18.99, brilliant price. And you're getting 2.5 metres, so you might not be making the shacket, you might just be buying the bundle of fabric speculatively. You might have a pinafore dress, you might have a pair of dungarees in mind, skirt, another style of jacket.
For that price.
It's a brilliant price.
Yeah, one of each.
Yeah, exactly. We do some great bundles, don't we?
Yeah.
Really cool. Right, next up we're going to do the denim. And should we start with dark? Let's go dark denim. So again, this is a really versatile pattern. You could make this in any woven, really, couldn't you? You're getting 2.5 metres of this dark blue 8-ounce denim. So again, a good weight for layering. It's not a heavy weight, but it's a good weight for a shacket. $23.99 for 2.5 metres. And again, the inside looks lovely as well, doesn't it? As it's an unlined jacket.
Yeah.
Would still look good. Medium blue. That's lovely. Bruce Springsteen.
I was going to say that's 80s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is still very in. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Well, it's always been in as far as I'm concerned.
80s coming back.
Yeah.
Now
Why
I'm
not?
very happy about that
Haven't we?
because I found the 80s a joyous time.
Yeah. I was at school.
Me too.
Yeah, it was lovely.
You're about the same age.
Probably. Oh, I'm a bit older than you.
Are you?
52.
Oh, I'm 52 in February.
I'm 53 in March.
This is why we're whispering. We've got mics
No,
on.
I know.
Everybody knows.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's good.
fine.
Embracing
No,
it.
Exactly.
Light denim. Light denim. It must have been love, but it's over
I'm not
now.
going to sing, but yeah, I love that song.
Yeah? What was the
Yeah.
group?
It's
I
just
could
gonna-
sing more.
Yeah.
It was all that I wanted. Now I'm living without.
Wasn't that from Pretty Woman?
I think so.
Oh, I can see them in my head. It's
Yeah.
gone completely out of my head. It'll come to me and I'll just suddenly shout it out in the
Sorry,
middle
I'm
of
in
the
a disruptive mood today.
demonstration.
Becca, I'm in a disruptive mood.
Good.
Sorry about that.
No, don't apologise.
I'm going to hand over to you
All
now.
right then, let's go for it. Okay, so so this jacket, so versatile. Different.
Roxette, Rebecca.
Yeah, Roxette. That's it.
Sorry, carry on. As you
Yes,
were.
that's it. It's all right. Very, very versatile. So different lengths, 2 different sleeves. So we're going to do the one that is like a shirt sleeve. And then there is a boxy sleeve as well, which doesn't have this shirt sleeve opening. So you can choose whatever you want to do. It's got a great choice of different pockets. So on the one I've done there, I've just done the very simple square pockets. Mm-hmm. But on this one, there are also these. What do they call them?
Like a shield pocket.
Yeah, I've lost me bit of.
We renamed it, didn't we? I like the fact that this is a layered pocket, though. I love the fact that it's got the little pen pocket in the front.
You can put that on, yeah.
And then very smart.
Yeah. So the pockets on this one that I'm going to put at the bottom, they've got like a side opening, so you've got the choice of doing that, and then there goes a piece of pattern paper over the side, and then my breast pockets I'm going to do with these lovely little angles at the bottom. Shield, like we said.
Yes.
Shield with your little pencil pocket there, and then you've got a choice of different shaped flaps to put on.
Oh, okay, cool.
So there's square, there's round. Again, there's the sort of shield shape. So there's so many, and also there is no pocket placement on the pattern. They've completely left it to you, so you don't have to put 4 on. You can put 2 on, you can put 3 on, you can put none on if you don't want to. So what they've suggested is that you make the jacket up, or I'm scared to say the other word,
shacket,
in case I get it wrong. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave that one to you. So you put it on, and then you place your pockets where you would like them. So it's completely unique to you.
And that doesn't interfere with the construction. You can just add them at the end.
No. I mean, usually you would place a pocket before you put the jacket together, but actually it's fine.
Cool.
It's absolutely fine. It's
Great.
not a problem. So I am going to show you how to do the shirt opening for the sleeve, which is what we've got on this one. So it's like your standard shirt that you would get, and you get your opening there. So we're just going to,
which looks divine.
yes.
It's so smart, and once you've done it, it's so worth it, isn't it?
It is.
They look so smart.
Yeah, it is. No, it is. And it's not, and what's great in here, you've got step-by-step guide. It's so, it just tells you every single way. So there's nothing really to get wrong, she says, and then promptly does probably. Right, so first things first, I am going to turn my edges over 1/4 of an inch. There goes the tape measure. Oh, thank you.
It's all right.
So either side.
So you just turn that over just by
Yeah.
eye. That's 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah, 1/4 of an inch. And make sure that you put your markings, I hope you can see that, onto your interfacing. Once you've put your ironed on your interfacing, make sure that you can see these marks, because it's really important. You're going to need those because you're going to have to cut. So you really need to know where those lines are. I've just shaven away, look, a little bit of because the iron was too hot.
Oh, okay.
That's a rookie.
Oh, I see.
Rookie mistake.
I'll turn it down.
I got that all
a little
over
bit for you.
the iron for you.
No,
So
you're
I
all
do
right.
apologise.
Oh, we've had a morning of ironing.
Well, so yes. It's all happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pin this into place. So you've got on your actual sleeve piece, you've got 2 notches there. So make sure that you transfer that from your pattern onto your fabric, and you're going to match up. So you've got a notch to the side here, and then you've got the second notch matches up with the middle of this long rectangle here. So all will become clear. So I'm just going to pin that so it just holds into place. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to stitch around the outside, go across and stitch down. So we're going to do that first. It helps if your machine's on, of course, doesn't it?
Which for bag makers, that's very similar to a letterbox opening for a zip inside a bag.
Yes,
do that all the time.
yeah.
So it's, transferable skills.
Yeah, definitely.
Great instructions as well in with your pattern. And I love the fact that we have got a garment. I agree with Derek. It's lovely to have something that you can make for men, or that male dressmakers can make for themselves.
Yeah.
But also you've got such a broad range of sizes and styles that you really can mix and match this. I think this is a truly versatile pattern that will suit both men and women.
Very, very, very versatile.
I just wrote an article, well, I wrote it a couple of months ago, but I think it's coming out in the February issue of Sew magazine, about the increase in patterns which are non-gendered patterns, which I'm really into. Sew Girl have just done one for like, I think it's called the St. Ives top, and it's like an artist's smock almost.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And it's just that lovely sort of versatile shackets, tops, slip-over tops, things like that.
Yeah.
That can be worn by men, women.
Because for men, it is either it's a formal shirt, isn't it? Or you're going into the realms of suits or and it's
it's all a bit limited.
Not everybody wants to start with that, do
no.
they?
No, absolutely.
Let's face it, or want to do that at all.
There's no easy men's dressmaking.
No.
But actually, this is pretty straightforward.
Yes, it is. It is, definitely. So I've done my stitching up there. So now we're going to cut up this central mark, and there's a little V at the top, which you will be able to see on your pattern piece. There's my pattern piece. So that's it on there. So there's a little V there. So you're going to cut up to the middle of that V, and then cut into each corner. And that's really important so that it sits nicely.
Nice sharp scissors.
Yes.
And if you're worried about doing this for the first time, get a bit of spare fabric, mock the bottom of the sleeve up and this section here, this placket section, and practice it in isolation.
Yes.
Karen's got in touch saying, morning, great show so far. You're brightening up an otherwise dreary morning. Nice nails, Rebecca.
Oh, thank you.
I'd noticed those.
Thank you very much.
Susan also got in touch to say, good morning, Rebecca and Stuart. Loving the show.
Oh.
Susan says, I struggle with putting sleeves in. I always get the front and back mixed up every time. That's when my unpicker becomes my best friend.
Yeah, right. So I think I'm right in saying I've never come across a pattern yet where on a sleeve, 1 notch is for the front, 2 notches for the back. So as long as you have those marks on your sleeve pattern,
yeah,
and on your whatever your dress, jacket, whatever, as long as you've got those marks on, you just have to make sure
1
that
notch
you
at the
line
front, 2 notches at the back.
2 at the back. And I don't know, I think that's pretty worldwide universal. I don't know of any.
What a great tip.
Any other.
What a great tip.
Right, so what I've done here, so I've cut up there, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it through. So now you've got the front of your sleeve, and when you turn that through, you then get the placket at the front. So you're left with something that looks like that. So you've got this sort of rectangle opening here. Then we're just going to press that open, and then the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance that you pressed over now comes into play.
Yes.
Because that's your little stitch.
It's already starting to look like
line.
something.
Yeah.
Georgina's got in touch to say, I know, it's always a good sign, isn't it? Well, that looks like something.
That looks like something.
Good morning. Never done a jacket before, but I'm going to have a go at this one. I've bought the wine and the black corduroy.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Lovely.
It feels, because it's somewhere between a shirt and a jacket, it feels like a midway step, because I think jackets, like a proper jacket or coat, that seems like an advanced project to me. They're not necessarily, but they're more.
Yeah.
But this is a nice segue.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. It's completely and utterly doable. So what I've done, I've pressed my seam allowance over towards the back of the placket, and then this little 1/4 of an inch seam allowance that we've already ironed over, you just turn that through, match up over your stitching, and then we're just going to pin that in place.
While you pin, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Carol's asked, morning both, really love this pattern for him and her. I would want to make it a lining for it. I'd want to line it. It's okay, I remember.
Yeah.
I'd want to make a lining for the jacket. Would I need to go up a size to allow for the lining?
Not necessarily, because it is quite a roomy jacket anyway. I think it really depends what you're thinking of putting that over.
Yes.
So if you're thinking of a jumper or something like that, then yes, you could. But I would, if you're thinking about going up a size, try and do a 12 first, mock it up in something, even if it's an old duvet or an old sheet or something, just so you can get that guide to the sizing.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you there.
Because it's roomy, isn't it? It's roomy.
It is roomy. It is roomy. And I think it's more about how you're going to wear it and what you're going to wear it under or over.
Yes. Yeah, most definitely.
It's a good layering piece, but it would also, I mean, it was a bit chilly in here earlier on. I didn't just put it on to show you how lovely it was. I put it on because I'm dressing for the summer, Rebecca.
Yes.
And I'm just insisting.
We're ever hopeful, aren't we?
But actually, it's a little extra layer. This is pretty good. So for wearing in the spring, out, this would keep you snugly without a lining, but as a little layering piece. But yeah, I would say, line it, but I wouldn't go up a size, would you?
No, I don't think I would, because it is, because it is. But make sure you keep your lining to, you know, nothing too thick. Because then obviously it'll sit nicely then. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to do a top stitch down that seam that I've just turned back.
I'm desperate for a day workshop with you.
Oh wow!
Honestly,
the Sussex seamstress and I are doing it's a day in Sussex. Jane's got all the details. But last year I did my first ever weekend in near home.
Oh yeah.
And it was lovely. It was really lovely. Lovely ladies.
Did you do one project through it over the weekend?
We did. So I did a shift dress pattern. And then I also did a jacket as well. But we just concentrated on the shift dress. But the ladies wanted to sort of redesign it, and so we made up the basic in calico. They tried it on, and then they decided how they wanted to change it, and we sort of tweaked it. So the other thing, you should do this before you attach. So I apologise, I've forgotten to do this. So what you need to do as well, the little triangle at the top, we need to stitch up. And make sure that your 1/4 inch seam allowance is over, because that's important.
Folded inwards.
Folded in, yeah. So I'm just going to quickly do that.
Derek says, thanks for the demonstration, Rebecca. This is the bit that I always struggle with when making shirts. It's interesting to hear you were both at school in the 80s. So was I, as the teacher. Did you ever have the pleasure of either of us? I think you would have remembered, Derek.
I think so, yes.
I was really good at school.
I was as well. Yeah. I just got on with it. I was either in the art department or the PE department, which looking at me now is a bit of a joke, but I was. So I'm just going to trim that little bit off there at the top, just so when we turn it through, it'll turn through nicely. But yes, I went to school in Staffordshire.
Oh, okay.
But you shouldn't use your scissors for this, but I'm using it at the moment, so I'm just pushing that gently, pushing that point out, but you shouldn't use your scissors really. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is, so that lies flat up there, that comes over, and your seam allowance gets pressed into the facing. And then with your 1/4 inch, you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance, so you fold that over once, and then fold again, and that should sit nicely over the top of your opening. So now we're going to put some pins in.
Can I just move you over very slightly?
Yes, of course.
Rebecca, I'm just going to pop you there.
Okay. Do you want me to run through that again?
Derek's taking notes. Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
I'm taking notes.
Right, okay. So you end up with your facing. So we've just top stitched that one down, and then we've made our little triangle corner there, and we're going to move that over. So fold that over once, and then twice in line with your stitching, and the top should just fit over the piece underneath. So
that encapsulates the raw edges.
Yeah, it does. So I'm just going to put a pin in there.
There we go.
go. And I'm just going to double check that I've got the raw edges in there. So I'm just going to do that again. It is a bit like performing surgery, but it's well worth it.
A bit of precision, yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, take your time doing this bit because it'll benefit, you know. And then just pin that into place. And then we're going to do stitch round. So I'm going to start from this end. So I want to make sure that I can anchor that down. Bit of back stitching. Straight across. And then stop, obviously, before you get to the end. Make sure that it's nice and flat. And then we're just going to go round.
So you're using a navy thread with your denim. I suppose this is where you could use a contrast.
Absolutely, yeah. I was actually thinking that when I was sorting all this out at home. I thought, oh, I could have used like a proper denim, like an orange or a gold would be nice on this.
But then I suppose if it's your first time,
you might want to go safe.
Yeah,
you might want to. So I'm just going to go over that section again, make sure it's down, and then I'm going to go down this seam here and enclose this.
But honestly, if you're at home thinking, oh, I don't know, I've only done a little bit of dressmaking, I don't know if doing a shacket, a shirt, a jacket, if that is a step too far, can I just let you know, here's a confession. So when I went on Sewing Bee, I've told you this story before, but when I went on Sewing Bee, I had made a pair of pyjama bottoms. That was all the dressmaking I had done.
Right.
At the time, it was supposed to be home decor, quilting, soft furnishing, and a bit of dressmaking. So I didn't think that was going to be an issue. But then I got to the stage in the auditions where they wanted to look at things we'd made, 2 of them had to be garments. And I didn't think that I was likely to get picked with pyjama bottoms.
No.
And I'd only got 1 pair. That was literally all I'd made. And they were like Billy Smart Circus with elastic round them. So I made a shirt. So I had made pyjama bottoms badly, and then my next thing I made was a shirt. And if you follow the pattern, you know, the worst thing about it is it might not fit you terribly well, but if you follow the instructions, you will make a shirt.
Oh, you will. You will
make a shirt.
They're so good. I mean, as you can see, it's visual as well. So I'm a visual learner, but most creative people are, I would say. So this is really good because it just takes you in step by step and tells you exactly where to place it, and just talks you through it. So, and as you said, have a little try on something else. If it's the first time you've done this, don't do it first of all on your fabric that you're going to use, that you've cut out. Just do a little sample of it. Yeah. And once you've done it once and turned it through, I think the scary thing is cutting into fabric.
Yes.
Because
that's your sleeve. That's
your sleeve. So I think as long as you remember that when you put this placket on, your sleeve, you want that with the wrong side facing up to you, and the placket. So you're going to put right side to wrong side, which doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right. But obviously, when you turn that all through, you've got it correctly. Yes. So just follow
Trust
this
the process.
guide. Absolutely, yeah. And you'll be fine.
And is there a left and a right?
Not a left and a right, but there are oh yes, no, of course there are. Yes, of course it is, yes. Yeah, which is another reason to really get these marks in. So there you go. I've got 1, I know that's my front. I've got 2 there, I know it's my back. So you can't put it in wrong and end up with the the opening here somewhere, you know. So so make sure that you do that.
Rachel's got in touch to say, morning, as a seamstress myself, this jacket is a perfect cover-up. I'm definitely making one from the navy cord. Susan's also got in touch to say, cutting is the point of no return. Get it wrong, you're doomed. You're doomed.
You're doomed.
Well, that's why I say get a bit of spare fabric.
Yeah.
Practice it once or twice.
Absolutely, practice it.
Yeah.
So the next stage is to join our shoulder seams together, because the sleeves go in on the flat.
Okay.
Because you've got, so if I show you here, there's no armhole shaping. It's just a straight line.
Great.
And your sleeve is a gentle sort of curve there, point, which pivots at the shoulder seam. But again, goes in easily, and obviously much easier on the flat. So let me just pin these shoulder seams.
That's a nice easy sleeve to put in, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Goodness me. So this is where we're all thinking, okay, so this now, I get this is beginner level, this is fine. You know, when we talk about, you know, intermediate or even advanced projects, it's such a misnomer, I think, because the majority of steps in an advanced pattern are beginner level.
Yeah.
There'll only be one or two processes, unless you're talking about something that's kind of out of this world. But mostly they are beginner level steps. 95% of them are beginner level steps. There'll be one or two more complex processes. And you've got loads of photographs, you've got YouTube videos, you've got friends to talk to, you've got time to twirl, and haven't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Don't ever let the level of something put you off.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think if it's the first time you've ever done anything, probably something on the bias, a complete bias cut might be.
Yes.
I wouldn't say you couldn't do it. It's it'd be challenging if you've not been used to working with anything on the bias, which is going across the grain. So usually we put things, we look for the straight of grain. Yes. But that it goes across the grain.
Gotcha. Jill's got in touch to say, morning, I've not made a jacket since my school exam, a 3-piece trouser suit in 1976.
Wow.
Definitely going to do this. Jill, you legend. I love
Gosh,
that.
have you still got it?
A 3-piece trouser
suit. 3-piece trouser
Go on,
suit.
I bet that looked gorgeous too, 1976.
Yeah. See, I had sewing classes at school, did you?
Yeah, needlework. We did needlework.
Yeah, we used
to... It was very much geared towards the girls, though. To be
Yes,
honest.
because I think there's only girls were allowed to do it at my school, because we did things. They sort of chose. They said what we had to do. We had to make a school skirt.
Yeah.
But I don't remember any of the.
Well, I went to see the needlework teacher and asked her if I picked O-level needlework as my option, what would I make? And she said, A-line skirt, bra, half a blouse, this kind of thing. And it was like, well, yeah, but if I do needlework, what will I make? And she was like, a skirt, bra, a blouse. It was like, I'm not changing it for you.
No.
Yeah. So I didn't do it. I did cookery instead. It's okay. You can learn these skills later.
Yeah.
It's never too late to learn.
But that's terrible, isn't it?
Well, it was just of its time. I'm sure the girls got the same response if they went and asked to do metalwork or woodwork or...
Not many did.
No,
not many did.
I'm not sure how much has changed, if I'm being really honest with you. I go back to my old school and they are...
Do you?
Yeah, I do, because they have an annual catwalk show for their GCSE and A-level textile students, which is really fun. And it's very inclusive and they are very open, but by and large, the kids are self-selecting and it is all girls on the textiles course. You know, in the years I've been going since Sewing Bee, I've never seen a GCSE or an A-level group there that had got boys in it.
Oh,
so
that's
I don't
really
know.
sad.
But then they always work with a local junior school to do a project with them, and it is 30 boys and 30 girls who have all, you know, they print and they, you know, do painting and dyeing on t-shirts, and they're all romping along the catwalk and all having a joyous time, and it's wonderful. But there comes a point where they self-select, I think.
It's funny, isn't it? Because when I left school and I went to art college, the local art college, and studied fashion first, but there was guys that were on that course, and they were brilliant. You know, they were really. It was lovely to have that mixture. And then when I went to London College of Fashion, all girls.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm sure that's not the case for every year, but certainly for my year, it was all girls.
Yeah.
Because it won't be, because there are some fantastic costume makers out there.
Yeah.
So
Viv's got in touch to say, at school I desperately wanted to do woodwork as my dad was good with wood. I was laughed at and told to not be so silly.
That definitely wouldn't
give you a big
now.
hug for that. Sue says computing was in its infancy, but I could see they were the future and thought typing would be an excellent skill to have. I was told I wasn't allowed to take it as an option as I was too clever. I can totally relate to that as well. Yeah.
It's just for the not so clever children.
Yeah, you know. Elaine says, I did metalwork, woodwork and technical drawing in the 70s. The head teacher tried very hard to talk me out of it and 3 other girls, but we didn't want to do typing.
No.
Power to you. Michelle says, when I was at school, I wanted to do fashion and textiles as a GCSE, but there were not enough students, so they cut the course. Studied art and design instead. At my previous school, I did craft design and technology. You see, but so long as it doesn't put you off, as an adult, you can go to college, you can go to courses, you can do what you like.
Absolutely.
It does not end with school.
No.
Karen's got in touch to say, morning both. I must have been very lucky. I'm older than you both by a few years, and I did woodwork, metalwork and home economics, and I loved it. Karen in Derbyshire. Good, yeah. We did all of it up to a certain age, but then I don't know.
So your options, isn't it? Because my youngest is in year 9, so at some point in this year, she chooses her options of what she wants to do.
Yeah.
Now she's creative, but she's good at all the technology things, you know, the things that she's made. But I don't think she'll do it because I think she thinks it's just going to be the boys.
Yeah. And also as well, you kind of get forced in the end because it's not a free choice, is it? You have to fit in with what's in those different time slots. Now, important question about the pattern.
Yes.
Georgina's got in touch to say, please can you tell me, are there lengthening and shortening lines on the pattern?
They certainly are. Yes, absolutely. There are. So you can decide. So if this shorter version is you know, just a little bit too short for you.
I would have it a fraction longer, I'll be honest.
Yeah, so there is that option that you can do that. So that's the sleeving. So obviously, like I was saying, your front and your back, completely straight line. There's no shaping in that. The shaping comes from the sleeve. So you've got this sort of very sort of gentle. It's not really a point, almost a point, but it's just very gentle. So when it's on, it's a sort of boxy type of sleeve.
Like
so what I'll do is I will.
Do you know? This would look so lovely. You know that faux patchwork fabric you can sometimes buy? this would look so, or even like patched fabric. So
Oh, that would be lovely.
So if you did something like maybe had a calico or a plain fabric as a base, and then stitched rectangles to it, borrow style, you know, the Japanese borrow, bit of stitching, that would be so smart.
That would be.
There's loads of options with this because of that boxiness as well. There isn't shaping that would detract from patterned fabric or pieced work or anything like that.
You can, go to town with it, really.
Lots of our fabric options, by the way, have sold out. I'm going to give you a very quick run through of what's left. So out of the corduroys, the wine's sold out. Bottle green, we've got 5 bundles left. 5 bundles left of bottle, and we've got 9 in baskets. So if you've got bottle in your basket, sounds like me when I go supermarket shopping, make sure you check out. Navy blue, we have got 7 bundles left, 8 of them in baskets, so pretty safe there, but someone's going to be disappointed. Then the black, we had really big stocks of the black. More than half of that is gone, so we've got a little under half of that left. Denim wise, we're all okay, so but do check out your baskets, won't you?
Okay, so
Back to you, Rebecca.
So the collar, so you make up your collar one side with interfacing on. So once your shoulder seams are made up, now let me just double check, so I'm just seeing which way they do it, whether they did it a different way. Yes, so what you've got to do is turn these front pieces back first. So again, you've got notches on here, which shows you where to turn your fabric. So this is going to become your buttonhole.
Yep.
And your your buttons or your
it's
front
all on there
facing,
in one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's clever, isn't it? I love it when patterns have that in where you fold it and sew it and then turn it through.
Yeah,
it's such
good,
a
isn't
neat
it?
finish.
It is.
It's so easy. So if you were looking at the front of this shirt and thinking, oh my goodness, how would you do that? And as a sort of, somebody who can remember what it's like to be a complete non-dressmaker faced with making clothes, you look at that and think, oh, that looks so difficult. But it is literally what you're doing now.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Folding the fabric back.
Folding it back. That's all I'm doing. So you've
sewing and then turning
you've
it
got
through.
your notches. So just make sure that you use those to guide you exactly where you've got to go. And then we're just gonna...
Rachel's got in touch to say, I've got some floral denim I'm going to make this jacket from for the summer.
Oh,
lovely. It's very versatile, very versatile. This will take you all year round. Julie says, I left school in 1971. You had no choice. Girls did needlework and domestic science, and boys did woodwork and metalwork. But both could do rural science.
Well, we did rural studies.
Did you?
In school, yeah. So we had, on site, we had rabbits and guinea pigs.
Wow.
Yeah, and in the school holidays, you would be asked to go and look after them. So my sister and I looked after them once, and there was a very vicious cockerel who would just fly at you. But yeah, I don't know if schools still do
we
it
used to
now.
send, the kids would go home with the goldfish. I'm looking after this for the weekend, but I can imagine you turning up at home with a goat.
I know.
Saying, well, no one else would take it. So
No, we did. We had to let ourselves into school.
Okay.
Probably just wouldn't do that now.
You really wouldn't.
No, I don't think you would either. But yeah, just let yourself in and clean them all out and feed them and everything, and then every day.
I love it.
Yeah, it's quite a nice thing to do.
When I was a teacher, I started a veg
Of
patch.
course you were, weren't you? Yes.
Yeah, I loved it. I started a veg patch at the school because we were doing a science topic about it was things like composting, growing vegetables, and the kids really got into it. And I thought, what have I done to these poor children? They're all excited about composting. But I mean, as it turned out, it's very relevant.
Absolutely.
And so I said, first of all, well, maybe we should get a compost bin, and then all our sort of food waste, like our apple cores and things like that, we could put in there. And of course, that then led on to, well, what are we going to do with the compost? So we started a veg patch, and it was just... It's very... And a lovely friend of mine who's a head teacher in Scotland has just had, over the summer holiday, or I think it was the summer holidays, they had massive veg patches built at the school, raised veg patches. So all of the children are going to get time each week to help grow veg.
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely?
My youngest used to do gardening club.
That's good.
Yeah, it is.
Good.
It is. And they, with the school put in raised beds.
Yeah.
And then she'd come home with, I think she came home. We had tomato plants and
Wow, nice.
all sort. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
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 It was.
Just teaches you where your food comes from
It
a little
does.
bit more, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it's very important.
Oh,
Right.
Steph's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. 70s girl here. Love cord. I have a favourite outfit, skirt and waistcoat in royal green, which I wore with a red polo neck. Lots of love. Oh, that reminds me so much of my eldest sister. Lovely. So you're adding your
I'm doing my collar now. So I'm just pinning that in. So it just sits so beautifully. So you turn that through, and then obviously that gets turned through, and obviously that's
That's this bit here.
crossover. Yeah, there. And you just pin it along, and then stitch that round. I don't know how much time we've got left.
About couple more minutes.
Okay, so obviously stitch your collar on. Press your seam allowance inside, turn that over, top stitch round, and then you can put your cuff on.
Yeah.
So once you've sewn up your sleeve, where is my sleeve? There it is, like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
There it is. So there's your opening. So you go, you stitch down your sleeve, down the side seam, and then you can put your cuff on. So obviously it starts from the opening there that we've made, goes all the way around and finishes there. And then you can do your sleeve, your pocket placements.
You know, when you add the cuffs on, do you do that in the same way as the collar?
I
so
do.
one side and then fold the other edge over and top stitch it.
I do, because I like top stitching. So a lot of these, and I think it's in this book as well, that they say to stitch your cuff on the wrong side, on the right side, so that the folded edge is on the inside. But I like to do it the other way, because I like to top stitch, and I know that it's nice and neat. That top stitching is nice and neat, and I've caught it. But it's completely up to you. I mean, do it in the way of the book, turn it through and just slip stitch it down if that's what you want to do.
You could hand stitch it as well.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing, again, you could practice that in isolation, couldn't you? And find what's best for you. But that's a new skill. Again, for your confident beginners, this is where you may never have done this before, but all of those straight seams, putting in the sleeves, this is stuff you've done before. There's a couple of things in here that will be new to you, but it's really worth trying a pattern like this just to extend your skills.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Not scary.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
And a really fashionable, wearable, adaptable piece of clothing.
Yeah, extremely. Yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Rebecca.
That's all right, it's a pleasure.
You demystify dressmaking like no other.
Oh, bless you.
Next hour that we see you, that's at 11 o'clock, isn't it?
Yep.
What are you doing?
I'm doing the Darjeeling Frock.
I love a frock.
I know.
Gorgeous.
Who's this frock? It's great.
We're going to have to be a lot more sophisticated in that hour,
yes,
aren't we?
We'll try.
up our game a bit.
Yes, yes, it's a beautiful dress.
And you're also going to give us a bit of a rundown of overlockers, aren't you, as well? So if you've got any questions about overlockers and you want to ask a real expert, get them in, Rebecca. We'll answer any questions if she can. You can. All right, great. Keep going through for those bundles. We've got some of the fabrics still left, some have sold out. Keep going through for your Ilford jacket as well. Absolutely gorgeous. It's been really, really popular and great to see a bit of unisex, non-gendered clothing on Sewing Street. Love to see more of that. Really gorgeous and properly wearable clothes. Love it. All right, we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back, Rebecca is back here. A different Rebecca this time. It's Bex Reid is back with more Amber Makes, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter Parr and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers on Thursday on Sewing Street, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is Tuesday. Do you know, I'm still slightly in that weird Christmassy sort of, what day of the week is it, please? Thank you. What I do know is that this hour we've got Bex Reid back for an hour of Amber Makes.
Amber Makes.
Which I love. We've got an absolute tour de force of Amber Makes loveliness, and my goodness me, this is when you realise just how many fabulous projects
and this isn't
you've
even
designed.
all of them either. This is a selection.
Absolutely terrific. Bex is back, everybody.
Hello, hello.
How was that hour off?
Yeah, it was lovely actually. I answered a load of emails and then I looked up patterns for crochet clothing. So I fancy a new jumper.
Like the sound of that.
I couldn't decide. So that's what I did for a whole hour.
Design something.
Might you well.
No.
Yeah, could
Maybe.
do.
We'll see. Okay, let's get straight into this. We're going to start out with this cushion. This is fabulous. So this is the one right here. So what you're going to do here, this is English paper piecing. So you're going to create this cushion. Isn't it incredible? From hexagons. Now let me show you the panel. So I'll just pop this out the way and open this out. So clever. So rather than having to do loads of complicated fussy cutting, all of the elements are printed as hexagons on this background fabric. Now, Bex, is the seam allowance included within the colour, or do we cut outside?
No, it's
of the
all
line?
in there, so that if we had put the seam allowance in white, then sometimes you see a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But what Amy did is she extended the pattern out, so you just cut around the outer edge of the hexagon, and then when you join them all together, it just comes out like a seamless print.
Perfect, perfect. So when you cut these out, cut out on that black line, there should be no white on your fabric, and then wrap it around your hexagons. And you get a paper pattern. You get a pattern with this. So within that pattern itself, you have got all of your instructions. Hexagon wise, what size hexagon do we need? Do we need pre-cut?
I think it's, oh gosh, it's a while since I've done it. I think it's a 1 inch hexie.
3/4.
Three quarter
each side.
There you are.
Okay, fine. Okay. Do we get that hexagon or not?
No, you can buy the packs of hexagons of the
Gotcha.
3/4 inch hexies.
Gotcha. Perfect.
That go with it.
Okay. So that's your panel. You've also, this is really super clever, on the panel you've also got the full design printed out, and this is actually to use on the reverse of your cushion.
So that it matches exactly. Or you could make 2 cushions. If you use some plain fabric for your reverse, then you get 2 cushions, one printed.
Pieced and one plain.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. You've also got, obviously, you've got this almost like a little faux piping to go around the outside edge. Love that. It's a really, really smart cushion. Full instructions and your panel for $24.99.
And there's the pieces on there to make the matching purse as well.
Ah, so you get that too. This is
you can
awesome.
have a little matching purse to go with it.
That is awesome. So, yep, all the pieces to make your purse. Just add a little lining and a zip. Love it. What a great project. Okay, so that's our first Amber Makes. Where should we go to next? That's this one here. Yep. Now then, I'm just looking for the panel. Is that this one here?
Yeah. So it's the same principle, but this time you make a picture. So you make a whole basket. So you've got some, when you look on the pattern, you'll see there's some hexies that have got the basket on, some that have got the flowers. So the hexies form the basket, the handle, the flowers, the leaves.
Even all the background as well.
Everything.
Look at that.
And the background.
Wow, it's amazing. I love this principle. It's really cool.
And then it's all printed in the order that you piece it together as well.
Okay, yes, yes.
So what you can do is maybe start in the bottom or start in the centre, wherever you want, but you can sort of cut them out in rows. That's what I did. Stuck them to the paper and then piece them together as I went. Or you can just take a quick picture of there, or there's a photo on the front of the cover of the instructions.
Yeah.
And then you can do it in the order, and then you just get a picture.
But probably don't cut them all out and then just put them all in a box.
No, well you can, but then you just use the photo. Or what I did as well, when I did a couple of rows, is I sort of paper clipped them together, or used a fabric clip and then labelled the rows.
So you could work on rosettes. I love the fact that the detail is amazing. If you have a look here on the flower, that each individual hexagon, it's as if it's been fussy cut from a complex print. So that then when you sew it together, you get that extra complexity in the finished flower. I'll just show you how it then looks when it's all sewn together. I mean, look at that. It really does look like a dahlia or a chrysanthemum with all these multiple petals, but it's just made out of hexagons sewn together. Super clever. Really love that. Yeah. And then, of course, on the reverse of it, you've got the printed version. So this is completely printed. So you could make 2 cushions, as you say,
and
or
then
a
you've
bag
got
and a cushion.
And you've got the pieces to make the little purse as well.
We've even got that too.
Yes.
Absolutely love it. Look there, a little matching purse.
And you've got you've got the 2 outers, the 2 linings, so you could make 2 purses if you used your own lining.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What great value. $24.99. Great project that'll get you through the winter.
I know, it will do. And it's a nice way of doing EPP because you're building a picture.
Yes.
And there's a sort of a finished end to it, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really like that. So that's our start. Where should we go to next? You want to do tote bags next? Let's do tote bags. So a red one. This one here, the swallows.
So you mean the gingham one?
Oh, the gingham, I beg your pardon. Right, yep, so we'll start with the gingham tote. Now tell me about this.
Well, this is a really simple way. If you want to make a tote bag, but you want to do something quite simple, what I've done is I've chosen just 3 shades of the same colour, and then you create a gingham effect. So the instructions explain how to do it with your own fabric, but then we've kitted it with fabric as well. So once you've got it, you can then use it, as long as you use 3 shades.
Yep.
That's the important thing.
So 3 shades of the same colour. So in this example, which we have called red, you've actually got, it's like a sort of really deep terracotta, and then this lovely warm peach, and then a lighter toned peach to go with. So you would actually piece together
and it is just squares, and then it has an inserted rectangular bottom as well.
Cool, I like that. And then this is your lining
And that's
as
the
well.
lining. So you've got everything in there for all the outside of the lining, but as I said, I've written the instructions with all the measurements so you can use them again.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, absolutely. You could use this from your stash. And fabric-wise, you're getting 1/2 metre of the lining, and then you're getting 3 fat quarters of fabric to create your gingham.
But it's quite a roomy tote because it's got this separate bottom that goes in it, a base.
Love that. Love that. It's a really cool pattern, that. Now, should we do grey next? So we've got the same gingham tote, this time in shades of grey. Now, that's actually shown on the front cover. That looks really smart.
Yeah, that's the original one that I made. I love that one. And,
I love that.
And there's the fabric is in there for the handles as well.
Superb. So you've got 3 shades, the dark grey, the mid grey and the white. And then you've got your 1/2 metre of lining so you can create a bag, but then you've got the option of making this again and again.
And it's a really simple make because it is just squares, but it's quite clever because you get this gingham effect.
Yeah, I really like that. And then this one.
Well,
now
this is my
a bit
favourite one. There's a
different.
picture of that one on the back of the instructions. I don't know where the bag is. Can't find it.
That is gorgeous. So this is gingham. This is made with denim.
Gingham denim. Is there a word? Denim.
Yeah, I like.
Mix them together.
If there isn't, there should be.
But that's my favourite one. I think that works really well.
That is fab. Yeah. So you've got the dark, the medium, and the light denim. So this is like a chambray, isn't it? Like a shirting weight. And then you've got your cotton lining. What would you put anything inside that, or
you can do? You can put wadding in it. You could put bosal in it if you want it to be more structured. It's entirely up to you. But when you make the fronts, the gingham fronts, just put the wadding or the bosal behind it.
Cool.
So it depends whether you want it structured.
And you could quilt it. You don't have to.
No, that's true. I didn't quilt mine at all, and it worked absolutely fine. But you could do.
It's gorgeous. I really like that in the denim.
Well,
Beautiful.
I'm amazed as well that we got it for $18.99. So you've got all of that denim fabric and the instructions. It's
whole
a good price.
kit, instructions. Yeah, brilliant price. Absolutely brilliant. Just add some thread. Love it. Okay, so that's our gingham tote. Now, next up, let's do storage baskets.
Storage, okay.
Storage. Now, you've got them over there. Will you show them on your side?
Yeah, I can do. I've got so much on my side.
Get you a bit of space.
Move it on my side. So we'll start with the sewing room. So these are really simple. I've designed these specifically for beginners in mind. So what you make are these are sewing storage baskets. We've also got the potting shed. So you make 3 baskets, and look at the outside. It's a sewing room. So you've got the machine on the table. You've got the mannequins, the ironing board, very important. And then on the inside, can you see? You've got the whole sewing room inside. You've even got the floor on the bottom. These 3 are all in the pack. You've also got the little one, so that's like the shelves in your sewing room. So you've got the sewing machine, and you've got books. There's an iron, everything you'd have in there, and the inside as well. And then the baby one is like a row of books, and they're all sewing themes. So it says quilting, sew your own, sewing techniques, quilt blocks, and with a little gingham edge. And then you've got words inside. So the way that they work when you make them is that they just fold over with a cuff. So the cuff is actually printed onto the lining, and then you fold it over, and that just gives it a little bit of structure. Now I've put wadding in mine, but you could put bosal foam interfacing, and that gives it even more structure. Yep. They've all got handles, which are optional because you might not want to put the handles on. And then this is the panel, so you get everything to make all 3.
And are they the sewing ones there?
Yes.
Do you have a code on there? Because Ben can't find the code for it.
Oh, well, that's the code for the panel, not the kit.
Do we not have it? Oh, because we've got the pattern and the panel on the table.
We've got the instructions.
Or okay, it's sold out.
Oh.
Okay. So let's go on. What should we go on to then?
The garden.
Thatched cottage. We've got thatched cottage. Potting shed.
I've got the potting sheds. We've got the potting shed.
Yeah. If you've got potting shed, let's do that.
Okay, yeah. I'll show you first of all the potting shed. So this is for someone who loves gardening, really. I love this one because Amy's put so much detail into it. So this is the outside of your shed. So you've got the shed door, you've got the windows, the little spades. There's so much detail on here. The little bird bath, bicycle. Then the top that folds over is like the slate roof on a posh shed. And then in the inside, it's hard to see, isn't it? You've got all the inside of the shed. So you've got the wood that would be on the inside and all the windows. That's the big one. Then you get the medium one, and this is like these shelves in a shed. So you've got the shelves with all the different plants and the tools. That's all the way round.
Oh, that's lovely.
I really like that. It's even got a wooden floor.
National Houseplant Appreciation Day.
Indeed, that would be perfect for that. That's the medium one, and then the baby one has got words on it. So it says sow, grow, potting shed, herbs, plants, and then more words on the inside as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
So this is really good to keep. You could keep seeds in them. They'd be really good for a gift. They look lovely with a plant in them. So if you were going to give someone a plant, just put the pot in there. I'll show you the panel because it's quite big, because there's everything to make all three storage baskets.
Yep.
Again, the handles are optional. You don't have to put them on if you don't want to, but you've got all of the detail here.
Gorgeous.
So you've got each one has a front and a back and 2 lining pieces as well, and that's all on here.
Fab.
But you see how it works in the way that the roof is printed onto the lining, so that when it's turned over, it looks like the roof of a shed.
Yeah. It's really clever. I love it. I love it, and I love all the details in there.
Well, there's little spaces, because these are cut out because they've got box bottoms. So in the spaces, they've all been filled with little things. So you can use those for applique. You could use them for like if you were doing EPP or fussy cutting.
Yeah.
So even that one, I love that one with all the tools.
Yeah. It's fantastic, absolutely gorgeous. If you were gifting, you could make a little tag to go on, couldn't you, with that on
Well,
one
also
side.
these are in the same theme as the gardening book cover that we did at 8 o'clock.
Perfect.
It's the same sort of, so it's quite a nice set to put together.
Really nice, really nice. Maybe put something like some hand cream or something
Yes,
in one of the
you
baskets
could, yeah.
as a little gift.
You could keep
It's
one. And give them-
gorgeous.
And then you get obviously full instructions with each of them. They've got all the photos, tell you how to do them all the way. And then see on this one, I put a plant in one and some seeds in another.
Yeah.
So that's the potting shed.
Love that. That's $19.99. The details are on screen right now. So if you want to go for the gardening themed storage boxes, that's the one to go for. Next up we've got is the thatched cottage.
The storage baskets.
Yes.
Okay.
Trio of baskets. Is that this one
Yes,
here?
it is.
With the jams and things. Perfect.
Yeah, so this is sort of your kitchen-y one. So it's like the big one is a cottage.
Yeah. Oh, let me show you this, because this is amazing, right? So here's your little cottage. Beautiful. Front and back. And then look inside, you can actually see, if you actually, maybe on overhead is better.
You can turn it round.
You can see that you've got the stone floor in there. How cool is that? But then look, you've got upstairs, downstairs. In fact, you know what? I'm going to turn this inside out so you can see the lining. Is this actually what your house looks like?
Yeah,
it's based on your house.
Yeah,
so look, you've got the lovely bedroom upstairs, and then downstairs sitting room, little coat stand there. You've got a desk, bookshelves, I think, kitchen area. Oh, it's so cute.
I know
There's
some
loads of
people
detail.
have made them where they've used their own fabric to line, and then they've made 2 baskets.
That's a great
so you can actually
idea.
make 6 instead of 3.
Yeah, really cool. So you've got your large, then you've got your middle-sized. So cute. So this one, you've got your kitchen shelves really here. You've got books, you've got vases of tulips, you've got your colander, stacks of bowls, a rather nice Victoria sandwich.
Obviously.
Thank you very much. A teapot ready. I'm ready. You've got jars of jam and sauces. Somebody's been busy in the kitchen. Cookbooks along the bottom too. A little pestle and mortar. I broke is it the pestle, the bit that you grind?
I never know which is which.
I think that's the pestle, and then the mortar is the bowl. Rolled on. I bought it when I was 15.
No.
And it broke on the floor.
That's really annoying.
It was sad.
That is really sad, actually.
A bit sad about that. But it does mean now I can buy a new one, so there we are. It's
but
not all
that is
bad.
sad.
And then the small one is adorable. This is your cookbooks, all in a row on a shelf. Then here you've got, well, look, cake, tart, tea, chocolate, cream, scone, biscuit.
And then on there's the photo of what I put in mine. So I filled one with apples. It makes a very nice fruit bowl, the big one. And then lots of sauces, because I often have on the kitchen table sauces and things, so I put them all in there. And then a plant.
Yeah, really nice.
So it's quite nice for gifting.
Very lovely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I'm always on the lookout, actually, for lovely containers, because they can then form the gift.
Yes,
But actually, so you could make muffins, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And then give one of these baskets.
Yeah, and then you use them over and over again. And so with that one, the handles do come on the panel, but I didn't put the handles in because I didn't want them. They were more storage. So that's entirely up to you.
But you have got handles included.
The handles are on there.
Fabulous.
And the
really
panels.
love that. That's very, very popular. If you want to get the thatched cottages, I wouldn't hang about, actually. I would check out your basket.
And again, there's all the little, so you've got 4 Victoria sandwiches on this one. So everything is filled in. If only. So you've got all of the extra pieces. It's a big panel, this one. So
it is gorgeous.
You can see from here, and you've got little sauces and things.
I love it. I love it. That is really cute. What a fun weekend sewing
and
that would be.
And it's really easy to do as well, and very quick.
But so effective, because you put so much work into the panel.
Well, it's nice if you add a bit of quilting to it. So I quilted on this one. I quilted round all the cottage, the timber.
Yes.
That's what it's called.
Yes.
All the timbers of it, and then that gives it a real 3D.
Yeah, it's lovely. Reminds me of my hometown where I grew up, Tewkesbury.
Oh, really?
So many of the buildings there are half timbers.
Tukes. On my sat nav, whenever I go past Tewkesbury, the little man says to me, Tukes. Tukes. I love the way they they pronounce things. Every time I go past, I go, Tukes.
Very formal. Very formal.
So that's that one, and you will need with that one as well 56 by 90 centimetres of wadding. That's all.
Any particular recommendations?
Well, no, I probably used H640 for them.
Yeah.
So not too super squishy. But
no,
H640
I do like a polyester bat when I'm doing something like a basket or a box. Just that extra bit of, I don't like to call it stiffness, but structure.
It is a bit more.
Polyester
but I have made one with the Bosal, and it really is structured. It's lovely.
Very structured.
But it will still turn over, amazingly.
But I'm getting rather into the polyester battings now that we've got here at Sewing Street.
They've just got a bit more loft.
Yes, yes. Brilliant to work with. All right, so that's those. Now, next up, let's do needle case. The needle case, yeah. Let me grab these. So we've got 3 different needle cases.
Oh, the sewing case or the needle case?
Sewing case or needle case, sorry. Needle case collection. Thank you, sorry.
That's right, it's very confusing.
Needle case. Well, this is super cute. This is an opportunity to get ahead before Sewing Bee starts.
Well, so this I designed on the basis that really was what I wanted.
Yeah.
And this was purely for me.
Beautiful. I love this.
Because I love...
Can you show us a sample?
Well, I love needles. Needles are really important that you use the right one. You know, when you start sewing, you buy a pack from the supermarket and then you realise that you can't thread them and they're too thick.
Yeah.
And then you realise there are different sorts of needles, but then they all get mixed up once they come out of the packet. You put them all in your little felt needle case and you have no idea what they're for.
Right.
And like with all things sewing, if you use the right tools, it makes it easier, doesn't it?
It really
so
does.
in the pack are all the pieces to make the hand sewing needle case. There's extra pieces which you can applique on top or not as you prefer. I've done a bit of embroidery. And then all the pages are printed. So we've got beading, because these are very good for, very long and thin for sewing on beads. Chenille, perfect for embroidery. Large eyes and sharp points, so you can get thicker threads through them. Darners, well, obviously these are used for darning. I use them a lot because they're extra long, and if I want to sew through several layers or I'm threading something through. Then we've got embroidery. These are crewel needles, but they're called embroidery and crewel. So nice oval shaped eyes and sharp points. See how much I love needles?
Yeah, it's great.
Leather, these have a chiselled point, so they are perfect for sewing through leather, PU, vinyl, because rather than making a hole, it'll chisel a point through so they go through better, and they've also got really really strong shafts, which you need. Milliner's needles. Now these are originally, they're called straw as well, used for hat making, but I use them for EPP. They're absolutely perfect for EPP.
And amazing for applique, hand applique.
Because they're just that bit longer. You think you need a short needle, but the length of the needle makes it easier. Quilting, obviously also called betweens, short and sharp with little eyes so that you can pick up lots of stitches at the same time. Then we've got sharp, so these are your general purpose needles. These are probably what you start off with, but these are your hand sewing hems, sewing on buttons, general sewing. Then we have tapestry, which have got blunt points there for your working on cross stitch, whether you're working on Ada or linen, or if you're doing embroidery with threaded stitches like whipped back stitch or whatever, use it for that. And then there's a page that's called spares, because we all have needles that we don't know what they are.
Right, that we're not going to throw away, so we just park them in there.
Or I put safety pins in there.
Yeah, perfect. So that's your needle case, and then you also get the machine.
So buy all the packs, put them all in there, and you know where they are then. Then, the problem with sewing machine needles, this is even worse. There is no chance of you knowing what they are once they come out of the packet, because unless you've got, I think they might have their names printed on, I don't know.
They have coloured
some
heads,
of them
don't they? Some of them.
Yes, but not all of them. And also, again, like hand sewn needles, there are different sewing machine needles. When you buy your machine, you'll be given normally a universal needle, which is great for nearly everything, but a universal needle does have a slight ball point, sort of halfway between a sharp and a ball point. So if you want the right needle for the job, don't just use your universal. But you need to know what needles go where. So I put pockets in.
That's cool. Oh, I like that.
And it has a flap, because the first time I made it without the flap, they all fell out.
Yeah.
So you put the flap on. So we've got ball point, obviously for sewing on stretch materials. We've got embroidery needles. These are super sharp, but they have quite a deep scarf, which is this light ridge in the needle. That means the thicker embroidery thread can sit in it. Jeans, super thick needles, obviously for sewing through denim and other thick fabrics. Leather needles, same as the hand leather, they have a slightly chiselled point, so really good for sewing on PU, oilcloth, leather. We've got quilting needles. These are much sharper. You will find if you're doing quilting, you will get a better, more accurate effect if you use a quilting needle rather than your universal. Sharps, this is the one I use all the time. I rarely use a universal because these are super sharp and they will go through everything. Stretch, similar to ball point, but they've got a slightly deeper scarf. Top stitch needles, these will take a slightly thicker top stitch thread. Here's your universal that you use all the time. There's a pocket called specials, because I've got a triple needle. You might have a double needle, a twin, sorry, that you can put in there. Spares, because you might have two packets of universal. But this is my favourite pocket. This is called in the machine. So what you do is, say you've got your jeans needle, you've put the jeans needle in your machine, put that then in there. When you then come back to your sewing machine next time, you will know that that's what you had in the machine.
That's so clever.
So there we go.
Brilliant. So on your panel, I think everybody needs one of these, especially now having seen just how useful and how much ground they cover. Brilliant. But I mean, up your game. The right needle for the right job. This is going to help you. So you've got your panel to create both the hand sewing and the machine sewing cases. I think that's fabulous for $14.99. And it's a lovely thing, but bigger than that, better than that, is what it does for your sewing skills, because it's going to organise you and get you thinking about needles. Well, it sort of forces you to go and get
the right needles. Now, lots of these needles we've got on the Sewing Street website, so if you want any of them, have a look. But it does force you to get the right ones, and then you use them. And well, like with all tools. It makes a difference.
Once you've used them and you see the difference, you understand why, don't you? And you move on. You move on. Really, really popular, that one. Make sure you check out your baskets, because that will sell out, I think. $14.99 for instructions and full panel. Now, we had a quick question, which was, what size hexagon paper pieces do I need for this cushion? Am I right? It's going to be 3/4.
Yes, I can't remember. Does it say that in instructions? I think so.
Yeah, so 3/4 of an inch sides on your hexagon for this one. $24.99 for the panel. Remember, you get the pre-printed panel, you get the full instructions to make the cushion and the matching purse. Brilliant value. Brilliant value. 3/4 of an inch, yeah?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Perfect. All right, thank you. All right, let's pop that to one side. So moving on, the Swallows tote bag. Now this is from a series you've done called Totally
The
Totes.
Totally Totes. So we started them in the spring last year, and we did 3 spring ones, and then winter. We did 3 winter, then we did 3 spring. This was part of the summer one, and then we did 3 at Christmas time.
Brilliant. So what we've got here, I'll show you the bag first of all. Now what's that saying? One swallow
doesn't make a summer.
But there's lots of swallows on this.
So with this one, I haven't put any wadding or bosal in it, but lots of the others I've made, I have wadded them. It explains how to do that in the instructions. So if you want to just fold it up, it will fit into the zip purse if you want to use it as a,
that's fab.
a fold-up one.
You get the lining, don't you?
The lining is in there, and a pocket that says secret pocket on it.
Secret pocket. Look at that.
Which
hidden
you
away.
can put a zip in or not. I haven't put the zip in that one, but you know how some people don't want to put in a zip?
Yeah, no, true enough.
But you don't have to.
And you also get your fabrics and your pattern to make your purse as well. And you were saying that you can fold the whole bag up and it goes inside the purse.
As long as you don't put wadding in your bag.
Yes, absolutely. But that's really good, isn't it? Because, you know, I mean, the number of bags for life that I've bought, I shall have to live to be 1,000 to use them all. They're supposed to last me a lifetime.
But if you want it more structured, then put some wadding in. Yeah, you just... It does fit in, you just fold it up.
It's the way I've folded it. I never fold them right.
Or you just use the purse to put in your bag.
Yeah.
Put your keys in.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, actually that goes in really easily. It's a good generous sized purse, that, isn't it? And there we go. You see, I'd remember that.
Yeah, because you can just keep that. But again, it's a nice gift for somebody.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's fairly simple to make, and everything. Shall I hold up the panel? Because it's quite a big panel.
Details on screen. £19.99 to make the bag and the matching purse, remember.
And again, because it has the lining on it, I know a lot of people have used these and they've used the lining to make another bag and then use their own lining. If you're going to do that, just cut the lining out, pin it to your fabric and cut round it to use as a pattern.
Yeah, perfect.
So, and it all joins, when you sew the front to the back, it joins.
Ah, nice.
So the landscape keeps going, and it's got the handles.
Even got some little labels. Love this here. Can you see this where it says secret things?
And that's the pocket that goes inside the bag.
Secret things. We've all got a few of those, haven't we?
Loads.
Yeah. Need a really big pocket. Sweeties. Have you got sweeties?
Always have sweets in my bag.
They're not secret now, are they?
No.
I'm good. Fell for that one.
Yeah, but they're in my secret pockets. You don't know where they are.
Ah, true enough. Kerr says, I'll get you one day, Bex Reid. All right, moving on. Right, where should we go next? Oh, graphics have crashed. Okay, we'll take them out for a second then. You tell me where to go next and then we'll start having a look. Redwork sewing case, yeah. Oh, Marie's just got in touch to say, thank you, Rebecca. I have just broken my New Year's resolution not to buy any more fabric. I couldn't resist the thatched cottage pots.
Oh, thank you. It's not fabric, it's a kit.
It's a kit. It's a kit.
It's a kit, it's not fabric.
It's not fabric.
It's a storage basket waiting to happen.
Redwork sewing case. This is beautiful. Will you show us the sample first?
So again, this was something I designed specifically for me. Because I really wanted a little sewing case that I could, when I'm sitting in like the living room sewing, I want to have all my little pieces. This is the one I bring up here all the time. If I'm going on workshops, it's nice to have like a mini sewing case. So you've got the front and the back that are printed with all Redwork themed items. The handle is a tape measure, obviously, and it has a little zip that goes all the way around. And then when you open it, it's got everything you need. So it's got a pin cushion. And then it has a mini, like the other needle case, but this is a mini one, but we have got little pages, because you need a few needles, but it has got the little pages. It's got a tape measure cover. You just use a standard tape measure.
That's fabulous.
And then you've got little pockets, so buttons, safety pins, bits and bobs, and then there's a zip here, so you can put even more things in. And then you can put threads, scissors, all
I'd
sorts.
really enjoy making that. That's gorgeous.
It's a really nice thing to make, and it's your little sort of travel one.
Yeah.
Or one that you give someone who's just starting off sewing.
It's practical, it's beautiful, it's the kind of thing you keep forever.
I know. And I love the pin cushion because it's got pin cushions around the gusset.
Said that word, love it, gusset.
So that's the red work one. And the beauty of being able to print these panels is obviously like the binding needs to be on the bias. So we've printed it on the bias.
Yes, it's all there.
So you don't waste fabric.
While I just get the panel out, I need to say a big thank you. Rachel says, please say a huge thank you to Becky for the bag panels that she sent me before Christmas. I raised £100 from them for charity.
Oh, wow. Well, that's...
Well done.
She was making some bags for charity, and I had some left over of the samples.
Oh, that's fabulous. That's really kind of you. Well, raised £100, which is
that's
brilliant.
Really
well
good.
done,
well,
Rachel.
They were sitting on my shelves, and I thought, oh, I know what I will do.
Win-win. Absolute win-win. Yeah, it's a gorgeous panel list. Look, you've got everything printed there. So again, if you imagine, if these were instructions in a book, it would probably take you your weekend to cut all the pieces
all
out,
the templates.
to measure them, to draw around templates. But here, you haven't got to measure anything. You haven't got to draw around a single template. You are literally cutting these pieces out, and you are getting straight on with the good stuff, which is sewing. Lots of opportunities, I feel, as well, where you could add a little bit of running stitch detail.
Oh, loads of things. I mean, I've quilted,
backstitch.
when I did mine, I quilted the top just around there, but I could have put loads more on.
Yeah.
And a lot of the elements here are printed on there as little extra pieces, so you could applique them on as well.
Like this gorgeous little pincushion. Look at that.
Well, what
How
Amy
cute
does is
that?
when there's a space, she puts something in it.
Rude not to, really.
Rude
not to. And also as well, you just think about all of the, I mean, even if you just bought fat quarters, all of the different fat quarters you'd have to buy in order to reproduce what you've put into a panel, the little labels that you've put on, the stuff you couldn't ever really do yourself. It's just fabulous. Love it. Really big panel, loads of different stuff in there, and I think that's a real, it's an heirloom, isn't it?
It is.
It's a little sewing
and
heirloom.
I've missed it because I gave it back to Amy because she wanted to take some more photos. I've really missed it, but I've got it back now.
Because that's yours.
This is mine,
you
yes,
use
and I use it all the time, and it's great when I, when you just, you've got it all, and I've always got like a friction pen in the pocket and spare
you know where
things.
things are because they're in that case.
Exactly.
Now we've got a different version.
Yes, so this is the hexy patch one.
Ooh. Oh, yummy.
Just depends what colour you like.
That's lovely.
So shall I show you the innards?
Yes, please.
So it's exactly the same, it's just a different pattern. Depends what you like. So you've got pins, I was using this one earlier, so it's got a little pin cushion, and then you've got the needle case, you've got the tape measure cover, you've got the 3 packs. Oh, I've got things in mine. See, I've got my friction pen,
Yeah, you
I've got
did,
a reel of thread. You can keep everything in there.
Fabulous.
And then you can keep that in your little sewing bag or something, and it's always there, particularly if you go away on holiday and you just want a small sewing case to take with you, and you want to just put a few threads, that space is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really special. And as well, it really sort of reminds me, like the Victorians were great ones for creating these gorgeous little sewing bags.
They were twee things,
They did, didn't they? You know, and it was about celebrating the art and craft of sewing, of patchwork, of needlework, wasn't it?
Well,
this
I really
is doing
like
exactly the same.
making things for my hobby, because it's like making a bag. I was doing some knitting last night, and I've got a little knitting bag, and it's got all the pockets in just the right places for my knit. And it's something lovely, isn't it, when you're doing sewing or knitting or crochet, and you've got a bag or a case that's just for it.
Yeah, it reflects what you do and your love of doing it. So you get the full panel and your instructions. Remember, this makes the outer case like a little suitcase almost, your pin cushion, your needle book, your tape measure cover, and there are little pockets in there with flaps. There's a zip pocket as well. Really fun make in these gorgeous kind of gingham and floral mixture. Lovely pinks, blues, purples. Really pretty. Great project that. Great project. Again, something that will get you through the winter.
I know. And it's a nice thing, you can sort of do it in bits as well. Think, well, I'll just make the front of the case. I'll just make the tape measure cover.
You can work on this one little step at a time and have something finished at the end of it.
I've put a bit of wadding in mine just to give it some structure, but that's all really. And then a few press fasteners.
Fab. Great.
A couple of zips.
Now, let's move on. We've got a couple of craft storage.
Right.
Like baskets?
Yes.
These are rather lovely. I've got one here which
one have you got?
is...
Have you got vintage sewing? Yes.
This is vintage sewing. Vintage sewing.
So this is
So this is a kit.
Because that has the foam interfacing in it. I think that one's Styleville.
Yep, you've got Styleville in there, which is a non-fusible foam core. Then you've got your full panel, and then you've got your pattern. Now, would you talk us through the sample, because this is amazing.
So this is, again, I have one of these that sits on my work station. So you've got the whole bucket. Now it has, the pockets are pleated, so you can get lots in it. So I've got my rotary cutter, my tape measure, my ruler, that just sits there. If I'm then going into another room to do some sewing in the evening, I can just take it with me. It's fully lined. You need the foam. That's why it's in the kit, to keep the structure. It took me a while to work out. I wanted it to sit properly flat. So I saw a bucket, and buckets always have a rim. So this is how I worked it out, so that rather than just the circular base and the sides, I've bound it, and that gives you that rim, which really makes it sit flat.
That's really neat.
Well, I couldn't work out, the first time I did it, it didn't sit totally flat.
Got you.
So you need that little rim.
Very clever.
It's fully lined, and it's got print on the lining, but also you get the pieces to make the matching pin cushion. So this is a supersized pin cushion. This is really good for putting by your machine, putting them in. You get the pieces to make the little scissor case, which is for, you know, your small embroidery scissors.
Cute.
And you get the pieces to make a covered tape measure, because I love a covered tape measure.
You get so much. You get so much. It's a great panel. So you're getting your foam core, Styleville. You're getting your full panel, and you're getting your instructions, really good detailed instructions, which take you through every single one of the 4 projects. It's 4 projects in one. And if you wouldn't mind just taking hold of that for a second, really big panel there with everything printed on it that you need. Again, no measuring, no maths, no tracing around templates. You literally cut out and then sew it together.
Yeah, so it's all there. Like, there's the sort of the outer, there's the lining, there's the base,
and even those outer pockets, they've got a full lining in them.
Yes, well they sit better, don't they, with the lining?
Absolutely. But you haven't sort of cut any corners. You haven't skimped on anything. No, the lining is printed, it's pretty, it's lovely.
Well, it's a bit like lining a pocket that no one ever sees, isn't it? Yeah. It makes you feel better.
Yes, it does, because you see it.
And it has a different colour on the lining. But I do keep mine on my table, and it's just really useful, just chucking things in.
Yeah, I love it. That's so versatile as well. Have you done loads of different versions of that?
We've only done 2. I've got the
more to come, I bet. Gardening. Hello.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Dog grooming?
Yes, you could have all sorts.
Yeah.
Yes, we've only done 2, actually.
Oh, so far.
So far, good idea.
So far. Hello, hello. Do we have the other version, the bees? Is that this one? This one right here, isn't it?
No, that's a different. Maybe we haven't got the other version.
Oh, I don't think we have got the other version out on the table. Wait a minute.
Well,
we found it.
There we go.
There we go.
So this matches the needle case.
Yes, please.
So if you've bought the needle case collection in bees,
yes,
it's matching.
Oh, I love that.
So if you think there's the needle case, this is matching. So it does exactly the same thing, and you also get the pin cushion, the tape measure cover, the scissor case, and the tape measure cover. And then you've got bees on the lining, and you've got bees on the outside. So it's the same prints that are used for this one, so it matches.
That is really gorgeous. That is really gorgeous. So you get everything on your panel to do your scissor case, your pin cushion, your tape measure cover, and the bucket itself.
So this doesn't have to be used for sewing. It could be used for other things.
It could,
it's just
couldn't
bees.
it? Yeah. Beekeepers.
Beekeepers equipment.
That's my retirement plan, you know.
Is it, to have bees?
Keep bees.
That's a lovely idea.
I've just got this idea in my dotage.
Of going out with your floppy hat on.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. It's that, I don't know, it's something very special about the relationship, isn't there, between a beekeeper and their bees?
Yeah, it'd be quite a nice thing to do, just so, and it would help everyone who lived nearby you as well, because all their flowers would get pollinated.
They would.
Because that's often the problem, is there aren't enough bees.
No, it's true enough.
So
it's true enough.
Bee equipment storage case.
I love it. I love it. It's really cute, really cute. And as I need to call you Amber then. As Bex said earlier on, that matches the needle book and for machine and for hand sewing needles. Now, speaking of bees, we've got a homeware set. Am I right?
Yes, we have. So I love a doorstop. I'm always designing doorstops, and I love bees.
Oh,
so I've designed, and then Amy drew, the beehive doorstop, which looks a bit, it's a bee skep, I think, not a beehive.
A skep, yeah.
And it has a little door, because obviously all bees have doors to get in.
Yep.
And then there's lots of little bees all over it. It's even got the straw, what is this called? Wicker, isn't it? It's probably wicker, the wicker bottom.
Yeah.
All of these little bees are on the panel as little 3D ones, so you can sew them on.
You've got rosy cheeks.
Of course they have, they're real
Beautiful.
bees. You also get all the pieces to make the bee key ring, which I've hung on to the end of mine. It's even got a wooden handle as well, but it does have a bee key ring. Oh, let me turn it around. You also get the pieces to make the bee tea cosy.
Amazing.
You'll have to use your own fabric for the back, but you've got the binding and the loop and the tea cosy, and then you get the square fabric. Now you can use this for the back of your tea cosy, or you can use it to make a cushion.
Yeah, that'd be cute. Or a mat for a tray.
You could, and you also get the pieces to make 2 bee coasters.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, no, I definitely do a tray mat
thing. That would be nice.
And and then you've got your tea cosy as well. Bee cosy.
Your bee cosy.
Nice.
See, indeed.
Love it. That's
so
ever
it started
so cute.
off with the bee doorstop, and then we moved on, and so it's got lots on it to make all these
Loads on
things.
that panel. Really like the fact that it's got a proper door.
Well, yes. So how are they going to get in otherwise?
All important.
With a handle.
All important. Please wipe your feet. All of them. Adorable.
So if you like bees, or you know someone who likes bees,
or doorstops, my house is full of doorstops.
So is mine.
Because Mrs. Mills needs full run of the house.
Right.
So to make sure that doors never blow shut or swing shut, they are literally everywhere. So I've got a house full, but I haven't got a bee one.
Well, there you go.
That is super cute.
You need a bee one.
I love it. All right, details are on screen for that. $24.99 for that panel. How have we only got 10 minutes left?
I don't know. We've
Crazy.
been chatting.
Right, what's next? Tote bags.
Yes.
Charcoal and rainbow.
Yes, I have those here.
You've got those? Gorgeous. Have I got the panels?
You have. There's the rainbow one,
Yes.
and there's the charcoal one. So they
Which
are.
one's that?
This one.
This one here, great.
So
thank you.
they're the same bag, but they're just different colourways. So I'll show you the charcoal one because that's my favourite one. Shall I do it that way? Overhead. Confusing them now. So they are made in the way. So you've got on the front and the back. They've all got sewing phrases on them, and then they're framed. They're called the frame tote because you sew the borders around the edge, framed a bit like an attic window, so it draws your eye in. It's a really deep tote bag because it has gussets down the side which has got safety pins on. So this one is My Soul is Fed with Needle and Thread, and then if you turn it over, Happiness is Handmade.
Lovely.
It has printed handles that are tape measures. The inside is printed, the lining, and it's printed with lots of things like a lady never discusses the size of her fabric stash. Give a quilter an inch and she'll think she's a ruler.
I like that.
And all that sort of thing.
like that.
So that's all in the lining.
It's really funny.
There's a pocket which is also printed, which you can put a zip in if you want, and then there's a little pouch that's inside it as well, which you can put like your phone in or glasses. It says so on and so forth.
I'm thinking compact umbrella.
Yeah, umbrella also, and with a little safety pin handle. So it's got all prints on it that are to do with sewing. So you've got sewing machines on this section. I mean, it is, if I hold it up, it's a deep tote bag. It's really good. It's very, very roomy. And it's all sewing. So Happiness is, My Needle is Fed with Needle and Thread, and Happiness is Handmade. So
Fab.
that is the charcoal one.
So those details are on screen for you. $19.99. You get the panel and your full instructions. The lining's included.
Yes, lining's all there.
Literally add thread.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
I haven't put wadding into mine, but obviously if you can, if you want, you just put it between the lining and outer, but you just need thread.
Awesome. That's our first option in the gold and charcoal. Our second option is rainbow.
Rainbow.
We
So,
know I'm going to love this.
So rainbow is the same theory, but it's got different words. So
Oh,
much
that's
fabric,
pretty.
so little time. So again, you've got the sewing machines, and you can see better on this one that you create squares with triangles, at the corners, and then that draws your eyes, so it makes it like a frame. And then the back says sewing is cheaper than therapy, which is true.
I think so.
Much cheaper.
Yes, yes.
Because therapy's like 30 quid at least an hour, isn't it?
Right.
I think. So, you know.
And, you know, at the end of it, what have you got, you know? I mean, just questions.
But, you see, you could buy your kit, hours.
Yeah.
Hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
That has tape measure handles. It also has the printed lining and a pocket. I put a zip in this one, so that's up to you. But it's really pretty. It's got the same words on it, but it's a really pretty lining.
It's got almost that sort of Northern Lights.
It is. It's kind
rainbow
of
to it, hasn't it?
If I turn it around, you can see the inside.
It's shimmery, beautiful.
So it's fully lined. So
cute.
the lining, that's what gives it the real sort of structure, because you've got the 2 layers of fabric, and then you have the little pouch that says so on and so forth. But this is all in rainbow.
Yeah,
rainbow
really cute, lovely. I'm torn.
I know. I like
Both.
I think I like the charcoal one, but it's a really useful bag size because it's got these gussets down the sides and across the bottom. Just gives you a lot of depth.
Yeah, take that to Festival of Quilts.
Yeah, fill it.
Yeah, fill that.
Sewing is cheaper than therapy.
It really is.
Just tell everybody.
Heard it here first. Well, that panel and instructions are on screen right now for $19.99. Again, all of these are a weekend project. If you have that sort of lovely kind of crafternoon time with friends, it's something that you can kind of buy and stash. And that's a lovely little weekend at some point when you need it, you know, when you need a bit of sewing, but also when you need a project where you haven't got to think too much about it.
Well, and you haven't then got to go and get all these lots of other stuff. I mean, some of them do need other things, but it's only like a bit of wadding or interfacing, but it just means that it's all there in one and you can just sit down and make it.
Well, get your panel and your pattern home, read it through. If there's anything else you need, gather those bits, including your reel of matching thread, put them all in a little zip-topped pocket, something like that, and stash it.
Yeah.
And then when you're in the mood for a bit of crafting, it's there. Really, any of your panels you could do that with, couldn't you?
Yes, I mean, they're all designed to be sort of done on a wet weekend.
Yeah, emergency sewing.
I think we've got one kit left, but
we've got the Topsy-Turvy doll.
Yes.
Which I love, because it reminds me so much of childhood.
Well, this is why I designed it. That's what it made me think of. So this one is Little Red Riding Hood. So Little Red Riding Hood has a cape.
She does.
Obviously,
what big eyes you've got.
She has got big eyes. You will need ball of yarn,
Yep.
but everything else is on there. Shall I take her cape off and then you can see? 'Cause I think it's nice to be able to take things off.
It's the first... I should probably say this is my therapy. The first thing I want to do with any doll is to take the clothes off and put them back on again.
It's really
It is
important.
innate, isn't it?
And all of her clothes are removable. So she's got an apron that has a tie that you can take off. You can take the dress off as well. And it's got nice little puff sleeves. So it's quite a nice way of if you want to do a little bit of dressmaking, because you get to make puff sleeves and a bodice. But
so puff sleeve, or is that a Lego mutton?
Well, I don't know actually.
I just wanted to say that.
And it's got the ribbons printed on to there, and a little apron, and then she's got all of her faces printed on, because that's the hardest thing with a doll, isn't it? Is getting
it really is.
So, but then what you do is you turn her upside down.
Ooh, hello.
And you pull her dress down, shove her head up inside, and she becomes Grandma.
Hey, Grandma!
Who has a little mob cap, which is removable.
What big teeth you've got.
Yes, kept her mouth closed. She's even got pearls.
Of course, so she can clutch them when the wolf comes in.
Oh, the wolf! So she's got a little apron which matches her mob cap, and she's got a nice purple striped dress. And the dress does come off, so you could have a bit of fun and swap them around, couldn't you? So you could have Little Red Riding Hood wearing Grandma's dress. I would do that.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Yeah.
Although she does look very odd when you take her clothes off.
Does she?
Well, because she's got a head at both ends of her body.
I need to see this. Do it, come on.
Well, can you imagine? It is. When I made it first, I thought, oh, this is actually a little bit scary.
Oh no, it's cute. I like this. And the thing is, like you say, you've gone to the trouble of making these clothes removable, which is such an extra touch. It would have been very, very much more tempting, wouldn't it, just to print the bodies on the doll?
Well, yeah, but then it's just not as lovely, is it?
This is playable.
And also, this was based on, you know, the traditional ones that made, where they wouldn't have been printed on.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I can't believe I'm having to undress this doll.
Just to prove a point.
Just to prove a point.
Yeah.
Do remember to untie their aprons first.
Do remember that, won't you?
Because they're quite hard to get off otherwise. So so all the body pieces and the arms,
yeah.
No legs are involved.
No legs involved. Oh. Yes.
See what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's slightly scary, isn't it? Stuart's got the giggles. He's now thinking, I wish I hadn't asked her to do that. So it is slightly odd. It took me quite a while to work out how the arms work, because the arms sort of come down to the shoulders of the other one.
Has she been working out? She's got bigger biceps than Charlie, and he goes to the gym every day.
Yeah, well, she chops logs and carries baskets.
There you go.
She?
This is the original girl power.
Yeah. So there
Love
you go.
it.
So you could swap the clothes around, you could swap the dresses.
Yeah.
So the dresses are then joined together, obviously at the bottom.
Of course.
So that's how it works.
No, now listen, a serious point. I am glad I asked you to undress those dolls, because it shows how it is constructed.
Yes.
Message from Nicola, I'll never look at a rag doll in the same way again. I'm so sorry.
Well, you made me undress it. But you see, it's what's
Ruined
lovely
it.
is you make the body, and the body is one piece with a head at either end, which looks really odd on the panel again, and the arms. And then you have the fun of making the dresses.
You really do.
And
you really
make the aprons. It's just the loveliest thing.
Awesome. I love it. And making doll clothes is where most of us started, am I right? Most of us started
also
making
it doesn't
clothes
matter if
for
you go slightly
dolls.
wrong, and I've put a little gathers in. I've made a few adaptations to it so it's not too tricky. Like normally you wouldn't do a sleeve cuff like that where you'd go all the way down, but trying to put it on as one piece was just too fiddly.
It's brilliant.
And
Love
it's
it.
just got press fasteners. No zips are involved.
Easy for kids.
Yes.
I love it.
Have to redress
Oh,
her now.
Bex, thank you so
That's
much. It's been a wonderful tour de force. You are wonderful. Thank you for spending the morning with us.
Yes, it's great. I'm just going to redress her.
Okay, you do that.
Yes, maybe I'll do it the wrong way around. No, I'm not going to do
Little
it.
pub lunch on the way home?
Yeah, little pub lunch, that'll be nice.
Treat yourself, little steak and ale pie.
I know, it'll be farm shop services.
Oh, lovely.
My favourite.
They are Gloucester.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous. Enjoy that. Thanks again, Bex.
That's
See
okay.
you soon.
No
All right,
worries.
we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Rebecca Harrison is back with more dressmaking. A very glamorous frock. Do not call it a dress.
Frock.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr, and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers on Thursday on Sewing Street, a system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique and I developed a technique where you would use a perle thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston, and I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really, really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Rebecca Harrison.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello,
Hello
again.
again.
Hello
Hello.
again. Now, we've both got to be, me in particular, have got to be a little more decorum in this hour because we are doing a frock. Don't call it a dress. Beautiful. The Darjeeling frock. This is posh. This is summer.
Lovely.
This is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. Wrap dress, sleeve options, a gorgeous deep frill around the front and back. Really pretty. We'll have a look at the anatomy of the dress in just a moment. But before we dive into the Darjeeling frock from So Different, just want to mention overlockers. Rebecca's going to be using an overlocker to construct the Darjeeling dress as we go through. She's going to be using the 664 Pro, which is from Elna. Fabulous machine. We're just going to pop details on screen, I think, aren't we? just so that you can have a look. And we'll talk to Rebecca as well in this hour about why getting an overlocker is such a good choice for dressmakers. $469 for this. You also get a little bundle with this. You get a So Different pattern for the layer dress and top. You also get 2.5 meters of this fabulous jersey to go with, all for £469. So that is amazing deal, that absolutely amazing deal for a brilliant Elna overlocker, the 664 Pro. Now, I also want to quickly mention before we dive in as well that we've got the air threader overlocker. I'll pop the details on there as well. Well, we'll just show you on the website. There it is. It's £1,059. It's the 864 air threader. So if the one thing about getting an overlocker that puts you off is the threading, this one is an air threading overlocker, but we've literally got one left. That comes with an amazing free bundle of threads included. You're saving just shy of £80. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant, but we've literally got one of those left. So if you fancy an air threading overlocker, I would be very quick on that. Okay, let's dive in. It is So Different Darjeeling Frock. Let's look at the pattern first of all. All right, the pattern's 1850 and it covers sizes 8 to 26. So a really good range of sizes there. It's a beautiful wrap dress. Okay, so you've got, I mean, I love a wrap dress because you can alter the fit on your body quite easily, can't you? And not just when you're making it, but how you're feeling.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want to cinch it in a bit more or a bit less, you can.
Yeah, definitely, you can. Yeah, no, it's really, it's got brilliant elements, this dress, because you've got pockets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, lovely.
We all want pockets.
Yes.
And you've got the wrapper, and then you've got the frill, and then I love the sleeves as well.
The sleeves are beautiful.
You don't have to put those ones in because it's a drop shoulder, so you can just have where that finishes if that's what you want.
So literally just kind of there, a little, almost like a little cap sleeve, isn't it? Or you could put, but that sleeve is delicious.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful,
Yeah.
really nice, love that. And you have got that lovely bit of security in there as well. You can have either a tie or a button loop inside, so it's all nice and secure as well. Beautiful, love it. You've got, as Rebecca said, you've got those options on the sleeve. You can either have that simple cap sleeve, or you can do the full sleeve with a gorgeous little cuff. It's going to work really well with fabrics like viscose, crepe, georgette, tencel, Cupro. That's a new one on me. Cupro.
Oh, yes, that's a new one on me as well.
I was hoping you'd know what it was.
I don't know what that is.
No idea.
Know what that is.
So you need, for the largest size, 4.5 meters. So guess what? We've got some amazing bundles of fabric. Let's have a look. Let's start with the one that the sample is made of. I don't know, I can tell you the code if you want. I've got a bag in here. It's a little bag. So it is ending 07. Got it? There we go, what a team. Okay, so you're getting, it's sold out. Oh, a third of the stock sold out on pre-order. So we've still got a bit of this stock left, but you're okay for now. Are you kidding me? $24.99. That's amazing. For 4.5 meters.
That's very
$24.99.
Wow.
Is that good value? You dressmake all the time.
No, that's really good value. Really good value.
That's like less than £6 a metre.
Yeah, that's incredible.
We like that.
I would expect you to be paying probably about double that.
Double that. I would have thought 50.
Yeah.
I'd have thought about 50.
Yeah.
We've got 4 of these bundles left now. You get 4.5 meters. It's a gorgeous, so soft.
It's it's lovely to work with.
It's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 3 of these left. And what I love about this is you've got all those different beautiful soft floral colours, but that beautiful dove grey base, which just makes it classy, elegant.
It's lovely.
Sold out.
Oh,
sold out, Rebecca.
I'm not surprised.
There's going to be a lot of this today. It's going to be a lot of this today. Let's do the one you're going to make, because this is super pretty too. Let me find, you see that one okay? Good. Okay, I'm going to trust you. It ends in 80. Yes. So this is gorgeous too. This is similar sort of colourways really. It's got that dove grey, soft rose pink, little bit of sort of almost like a putty in there as well, and a soft green. I think that is lovely. And you're going to be making this one up, aren't you?
I am, yes. That's the one I'm going to be using.
Yeah, gorgeous. If you were accessorising that, what would you accessorise that with? What colour?
Oh, well, you could, the great thing about that is you could pick out anything. So the grey is the first, the sort of, that jumps out at me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
A nice dove grey.
Yes. Jacket.
Shoe jacket,
yes, with a bag, yeah.
Or hat, because I'm thinking wedding.
Yes.
I'm thinking, you know, garden party, little fascinator.
Yes, beautiful.
Do you love a fascinator?
Yes.
There are 3 of these bundles left and 16 of them in baskets, 19, 20 in baskets. All right, we get the idea, Ben, we get the idea. It's very oversubscribed. Please check out your basket. There are now 22 in baskets. Can we do this fabulous one? Because this is the one that I would be reaching for. This is, I'm going to say ending 80, but it's not, is it? There's a bag inside. 04. Yes, thank you. Because I love a bold print.
I was going to say, what a lovely bold print.
And especially as well on this dress, because this is a longer length, you've got the space to show off a larger print, haven't you?
Yeah.
And you know, you're going glamour here with the viscose. The style of the dress as well is glamorous.
Yes. Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's elegant.
The frill would be lovely in that.
Isn't it?
The frill, wouldn't it?
The frill would be amazing.
Beautiful in that, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous, because you get the sort of the boldness of the print on the main body of your dress, but then when it's actually gathered, you will get a different look. That is stunning. I love this sort of deep orange background. Absolutely stunning. And especially in the summer as well, you know, that's going to really suit a little bit warmer skin tone.
Yes, nice.
You've naturally got a warmer skin tone for holidays. Because as well, of course, viscose packs down into almost nothing and then pops out your suitcase.
Yeah, roll it. You just roll it up. Yeah.
Roll with it.
Roll with it.
Roll
exactly.
It. Roll it. There's, again, massively oversubscribed. This one, there are 7 of these bundles left, but 11 of you have this in your basket. It's going to make a real statement, that, isn't it? I think I'd have to pull either this sort of brownie burgundy for accessories, nice strappy sandal, would look gorgeous, little belt maybe. You could put a little belt.
I was just going to say, you could put a little belt around it, yeah.
Or just go full on with that orange, that burnt orange.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, smashing, gorgeous. Okay, so that's that one. That's going to sell it very quickly. Look, we've got the same print. Is it the same print? No, it's not the same print. It's similar. Another large print. Let's do that one, ending 61. More of these in baskets than we have left. Now, this is very, very, for me, very wedding-y because of that navy background.
Yeah.
I think navy is such a gorgeous colour for a function because it's not, it's softer than black.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's still smart.
The navy shoes and navy accessories would be lovely with that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, really nice. Or tan.
Yes.
Maybe tan.
Yeah.
I don't know. About to sell out, this one. Oh, could I have given our styling tips?
I know. Navy blue fascinator.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Navy floral. This one, the navy or the black paisley, because the paisley is black. Navy floral, no problem. This is about to sell out. I'm just going to show it to you really quickly, just in case you want to zip in and grab that before somebody else checks out their basket. You can do that. Bit of a smaller print this time, but absolutely gorgeous. Again, a viscose. It's about to sell out. If you're really quick, you could get the last one. And then the very last bundle that we've got, prices today are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah. I can't believe
Because one of the criticisms I hear, and it's a very justified one, is, you know, from people who say, well, dressmaking, you can buy clothes cheaper. But if you think about a wedding outfit or a function outfit that you're paid $24.99 for the fabric, a couple of reels of thread, you've got your pattern, but you'll make it again and again. That is worth making.
Definitely.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. And you can't put a price on something that fits you properly.
No, and that you feel fabulous in.
That's the difference,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, absolutely. This one, I'd have to go with that bluey grey for accessories.
Yeah, or the red. Is it red?
The red would be lovely.
Yeah.
The red would be lovely. Yeah, we're 3 times as many of these in baskets as we have, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm just going to quickly go back to the pattern. What it rests on really is that gorgeous pattern from So Different for the Darjeeling frock. I mean, she's having a great time. We're having a great time.
I think you would in that dress.
You definitely.
Yeah.
I think so.
Party.
It screams, I'm the first one on the dance floor.
Absolutely.
As soon as they put I Will Survive or Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody.
Yeah. Oh, I love that song.
Just make sure you're not in my way when I'm going to that dance floor, because I will trample you down to be the first one. I'm talking about her, obviously, not me. I'm not like that. Gosh, no. Rebecca.
Hello.
Make me a frock.
Make you a frock.
Make me.
Right, let's do this beautiful frock. So there are lots of elements to this. There's lots of pattern pieces, but you know, don't let that put you off.
No.
Because it goes together very, very simply. So yeah, don't let that put you off. So the way that they've broken this frock down is you make the 2 front pieces complete.
Yeah.
The back piece complete, and then you put them together by the side seams.
Okay.
And the shoulders. And I think they've done that because that is a very big frill.
Yes.
But it's a big pattern piece, that. And I think that's why they've done it, so that you're not doing that all in one go.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
And then it's easy. It's, you know, it's different sections, and they're easy to to do and to put together.
Easy to manage.
Yes.
Well, that's the sign of a good pattern, isn't it, when they've thought ahead about the eventual maker as well.
Yeah. And
cool.
because I think it's complete. It's very doable like that. So I mean, what have they got it as? Is it a
level wise?
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I didn't see a level on it actually, which I
but
approve of.
Yeah.
Actually,
shouldn't,
they've got it as a 4-star, 4 out of 5 stars. So actually, they're talking intermediate.
Yeah.
Intermediate level.
Yeah, but again, very good instructions, takes you through it step by step. There's no reason, if you're relatively new to dressmaking, that you can't do this.
Committed beginner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, you
these days, for me, all it comes down to is how many YouTube videos are you prepared to watch? If you're prepared to sit and practice a few times, this could be the first garment you ever make. And I say that genuinely. Yeah. It's straight stitching, it's gathering, it's not difficult processes.
No, it isn't. So let me show you. So I've done some overlocking at home, but I'm going to be using the overlocker. So this is the back piece. So you've got your back bodice piece with your you've got 2 darts, then you've got the skirt, and then that's the back frill, which is on. So that's all. So you put that together so it's all on the flat.
Oh, I like that. I like that construction.
So it's all on the flat, which obviously makes it.
Oh, bless you.
Is
That's
that
your
me?
lovely
Is that
pink
my
cushion.
thing?
I will get it.
Don't worry.
I may be gone for some time. Oh, I can get down, but I can't get back up again. So I might just have to shout from here.
That's a comedy moment, isn't it?
Isn't
Anyway, as we were. Oh, Stuart, bless you.
Hey, I go all out for my guests.
Oh, you do. Right, so we're gonna use this overlocker. So the front skirt panel is shaped. So it goes round in a circle because that is where you're going to put your frill. So it's a shaped panel with a cutaway part on the side, which is where your pocket is going to go. So when I'm making anything up, I overlock all my pieces after I've cut them out, because then they're not going to fray, and I know that they're all finished beautifully. Oh, look at you! That's my nephew bought me that, and I'll have to stick it.
Yeah.
When I get home, won't I?
So you overlock your pattern pieces before you make the garment up.
Yeah, I do. Which is so. An overlocker to me is an essential bit of kit. I wouldn't do my dressmaking without an overlocker.
Fair enough. Why not?
Just because even if I'm making something that is for me, I want it to look as professional on the inside as it does on the outside. Yeah. And also, you go to all the trouble of making something, and if your the seam allowance is left, without an overlocking edge to protect it, eventually that's all going to fray. Yeah. Which just seems a shame.
Yeah, it does.
You know.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is was it 400? This is a really good price.
Yeah, brilliant. We'll get the details up on screen in a second.
For an overlocker.
Yeah.
And I know people get a little bit afraid of an overlocker because obviously it has got a blade, and it will cut. So because obviously these patterns are cut to your size, you don't want to cut anything off, but it's quite simple. You lay your fabric on and it's right next to the blade, so it's only if you go off slightly, that you're going to cut anything. But I mean, all I'm doing there is cutting off the edges that are fraying. That's all. That's all that I'm having.
Just the tiniest little bit that's coming off.
Yeah, tiny little bit. Like that. My overlocker at home does not have one of these. This is brilliant.
The little gubbins tray. We love it.
It's brilliant. I wish I had that.
I love the way as well the Elna's handling that fine fabric.
Yeah.
In a viscose, it's got that beautiful drape, but it doesn't, whereas like if you're used to sewing with crisp cotton, that's sort of really straightforward, but this is handling like a dream.
Yeah. No, it just goes through it really nicely. So the thing to remember about an overlocker is don't pull your fabric through. The overlocker will guide it through by itself. So once you've put the foot down, your fabric is clamped into place.
Right.
I mean, I would usually at home I would have this further back on my workbench. But all I'm doing is I'm just making sure, watching it all the time and keeping an eye on exactly where that fabric is going, and making sure that I'm not cutting anything off. So as I said, the only bits that are coming off are the bits that were fraying over the edges.
And that way you've got the neatest edge. I mean, it's immaculate, isn't it?
Yeah.
And like you say, gives you the same professional finish that you would get from professionally made clothes.
That's it.
Except these will fit you.
Yeah.
We had a lovely message, by the way, from Neve in County Clare, who says, "Morning, Rebecca and Stuart. Fab demos as always. Love my overlocker. I even finish cushion seams on mine." Yeah, I mean, it's not just for dressmaking, is it?
No, definitely not. No, it's not.
Home decor projects.
Yes, it's just brilliant for binding any fabric edge. That's the thing with it.
Yeah.
And you just know that as you're working with your fabric, it's not going to fray.
No, absolutely.
And there are some fabrics that you the minute you've cut into them, they just fray and fray and fray, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people come to my bag classes and they bring upholstery fabrics with them, which often do fray, especially those ones that kind of tapestry-like.
Yeah.
They look amazing, but they fray like Billy-O.
Yeah.
With an overlocker, you would literally just overlock all the edges as soon as you've cut them, like Rebecca is, before you start constructing, and then you're away. Can I quickly ask, in terms of fabric types, what can I sew on my overlocker? What kind of fabrics can I sew?
Well, the overlocker as well is really good on jersey because you wouldn't have to use your machine as well.
Right.
You can just do all your seams on
Construct
jersey.
it.
So I've done that before here on Sewing Street. You can construct the whole lot on your overlocker, and the stitch it's knitted together in such a way that it allows give. It doesn't. It's not stretchy, but it allows give.
Yes.
So that if your seams are in jersey are just done on the overlocker, they will move with you.
Got you.
So yeah, I mean you can do rolled hems.
Could we say things like lycra, t-shirt fabric?
Yes, brilliant for that sort of thing. Yeah.
And fine fabrics as
well.
well.
I mean it really does take anything really.
Right.
I mean I do. Just everything on mine. There's nothing really that I wouldn't put through mine.
Awesome.
To be honest with
Great.
you. Yeah. I mean, I know, and I know people worry about threading these machines, but there is a guide. There's a simple guide on there. This machine is it comes with tweezers because you need tweezers.
That's not just this machine. Any overlocker, you need
we'll
tweezers.
come with all those things. But what I do with mine, because mine at home is not an air threader, so I will cut off my threads about there, take that off, put the next one on, do a little knot, and then very gently I pull it through. I can't even remember the last time that I had to manually thread my machine.
Fair enough.
And as long as you do it gently and you pull it through, that knot shouldn't come undone.
No.
So in theory you should never have to.
But you've got the guide in there.
The guide is there. Your tweezers are there. Yeah. It's very, very simple. Very simple to follow.
I think it's one of those things, it's a little bit like sewing fabric on the bias. Its reputation is much bigger than the reality.
Yeah.
Threading an overlocker is a little more complex than threading a sewing machine, but not much.
No. It's the two under stitches. Obviously, you've got your needle threads there. So it's the two under stitches. But all it is, this is colour coded, and most overlockers are. Yeah. So you just follow that thread down.
I've got a question for you from Robert, who's in Staffordshire, who says, if a piece requires stay stitching, would an overlocker edge eliminate the need for the stay stitching? So if you overlocked all of the edges of your pattern pieces first, would you still stay stitch?
Yeah, you still have. Yeah, you would still.
Do.
Yeah. So if you're so sort of across that even with the overlocking, that's still going to stretch.
Yeah.
So you do need to. It'll give it some stability, but not
because,
completely.
like you said, the overlocking stitch actually has some give in it.
Yes.
And actually, what you want is a stitch that has no give in it, which is the straight stitch.
Yeah.
But great question, thank you for that.
That's it.
A couple more messages will do. Morning all, I've invested in an air threader and I managed to reupholster an armchair. Jennifer.
Wow.
Well done, you.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That
really
is.
cool. Another question for you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
I have the 864 for my first overlocker. How do you do an inside vent? Thank you for your help.
An inside vent? Oh, like if you're overlocking the... Right, so obviously, if you've got...
What is an inside vent first, Rebecca?
Well, well, I would say it were. I hope this is what you're thinking. So do you mean when you say inside? Do you mean a vent that's in at the front of a dress, or so that you've got so it's not a curved edge. It's a straight and what to do with that? Let me have a spare piece of fabric. Now sometimes you can just make sure, no, that's my sleeve. I don't want to be cutting up anything that I'm actually
Can you imagine?
And that I'm actually needing. I did bring a spare bit of fabric. Oh, there it is. There it is, there it is. So, if I say I had a seam that was, so we've got, so like a right angle, and I need to overlock that. So what you do
and that's what you would have for an inside vent, isn't it? It would be a right angle like that.
So you obviously start at the beginning. So nice and slowly as you get towards that. And then just before you get to it, so go a little bit closer, you do need to have, so have a practice, because your foot control is really important. I was always taught, and that's what I do. You pump the pedal, so that you're stopping and starting. Okay. And if you get into the habit of doing that, it won't run away with you.
Gotcha. Yeah? A bit like a pulse on a food mixer.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. So we're just coming up to this line. So I'm going to gently just turn that and do a couple of stitches, and go round. Get my scissors. So you can do it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yeah, we
see
can.
that?
Thank you.
Yeah. So it is just like on the sewing machine. You're doing that seam on a sewing machine. You would go gently, but obviously you can leave a needle in and lift up. But it's
pump your pedal.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
There we go. Good advice. Thank you.
Right. So I'm putting the sleeve in on one of the front panels. So again, this is very simple. Right, where can I put the iron? In the middle. Move those bits out of the way. Right.
Do you need an iron, by the way?
Yes.
Do you? I've got an iron.
Oh.
I haven't got the Eliso yet. The Eliso's in the next hour, but I'm going to pop this on for you.
Thank you.
What spot would you like?
Oh yeah, but there, that's fine.
Yeah, is that all right? Back two spot?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, lovely. So if you're getting any of these bundles home, back two spot iron for them.
Yeah.
Good. Susan's message to say, loving the demos and the chat, Stuart and Rebecca.
Oh. I had I said to you, my parents moved yesterday. Well, my mum said to my dad, we need the telly for tomorrow, and I said, look, don't worry about it. Anyway, I had a message from her in the break.
On.
They're watching it on the phone because they can't get to the telly. Hi, Mum and Dad.
Yes. Morning, Rebecca's mum and dad, and congratulations on your new home.
Yeah.
Hope the moving in goes nice and seamlessly.
Well,
see what I did there?
They're in. So that's the most important thing.
As long as you've got the kettle and your bed.
Exactly.
I feel.
Well, they haven't got their bed, but that's another story.
It's another story.
That's another story for another time.
Yeah.
Right. So all I'm doing here is I'm understitching, so that when the pocket goes in, that facing isn't going to keep popping out.
Gotcha.
So I'm just making sure that stays exactly where I want it to stay. Ooh. So just give that a press.
Remember, if you're loving any of the fabrics that we've got on the show, has literally everything sold out? Every fabric is sold out. Oh, right, okay.
No.
If you're loving them, then well done if you got them. Sorry. There we go. I'm just going to get rid of those. But we do still have the pattern for the Darjeeling frock. It comes in sizes 8 to 26. Great pattern. Is it like cartridge paper style?
So I can show you here. Yes,
Yeah.
very good quality.
Great.
Yes, and the thing you've got on here as well, you've got UK sizing.
Yeah.
And US and Europe.
Oh, okay, good.
So yeah, just so you know exactly what you're. You never know.
It
You
really
might
comes
might
down
be
to
making
measurements,
it.
doesn't it?
Yeah, you might you might be making it for family in the US or something.
Karen's got in touch to say thank you. That was 100% what I needed.
Oh.
You're a saint.
Oh, good.
That's
Oh,
lovely.
well, hopefully, you can just have practice. Spare fabric and have a practice.
It's the best bit about live TV, isn't it? You can ask and we can do, hopefully.
Yes, hopefully we can answer your questions.
Live and interactive.
Right, so what I'm doing now is I'm making the pocket bag now.
Yeah.
So I'm just attaching the piece that I put on and did the understitching. I'm just sewing round the what will turn into the pocket bag, and they're a good. It's a good pocket bag size.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than a silly little pocket on your frock. If you're going to have a
Agreed.
pocket,
Yes.
let it be a one that you can actually get something in, if needs be. Or your hands.
Now you've handed this to me. I want to know what's in your pockets.
In my pockets.
I mean, not literally
Yeah.
now, but if you're at a do, if
Wow.
you're at a wedding, what do you
Yes.
need in your pocket?
Well, tissue probably.
Tissue, good, yes.
Because
lip salve
maybe,
for me.
yes.
Don't travel anywhere without a lip
Yeah,
salve.
something like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was at a lovely wedding just before Christmas.
Oh, I love a winter wedding.
Oh, it was beautiful. It's absolutely stunning.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Did it all go off well?
21st of December.
Oh, lovely.
So just before Christmas.
That's
It
really
was.
nice.
It was just beautiful.
All went well.
It did. Haven't been to
Weather
a wedding
okay?
for ages. It
No.
was lovely.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we did have, because we had that really cold snap, didn't we? And then we had actually quite bright weather.
Yeah. so
Just before Christmas.
It just come out of the cold snap.
Good.
And so it was dry. I mean, it was, cold, obviously.
Mhm.
But yes, but it was dry, so it was lovely.
That's lovely.
Right, so now I am just attaching the side part of the pocket to the skirt, and then I'm just going to run along the waist and attach the pocket bag just to the top of the waist to keep it in place when I'm attaching the bodice. And that is how simple it is to put your pocket in.
Fab, that's
very,
not
very simple. No, it's not difficult at all. So it's a lovely side pocket that you just pop in there. So now...
So that's not an inseam, is it an inseam pocket? Would that be classed as
No,
not quite.
No, because it's just coming in.
Yes.
From the side seam.
Yes. Oh, is that what they call a frog mouth pocket?
Oh, well,
I think I've heard it referred to as a frog mouth pocket. Oh, that is a good size pocket.
It is.
That's nice.
It is. You can get a lot in there.
Yeah, you can.
Yes. So now I am going to attach the frill.
Fab.
So 2 lines of gathering thread, which is the highest on your machine, which will be a 5. And then you're going to just pull that up. It's not gathered loads. It's just a nice gentle bit of gathering. So in the instructions, they do tell you to hem them all separately.
Okay.
Which I did on that one.
Yeah.
But I don't. This is personal preference. I don't really like the idea of the seam going through the frill, and then you can see, because you haven't been able to turn up. So I've left the edge. You don't have to do that. Follow the instructions. Obviously, it like I said before.
And then turn up the hem at the end,
and then turn up the hem all in one go.
Yeah,
but
I do the same.
Yeah, but you don't have to do that. Do it exactly as that. I like the fact that they've broken it down into those three sections.
Yes.
You know, the two fronts and the back.
Yes.
Because it just makes it easier, more achievable.
But I agree with you.
And
if
actually,
that hem was already turned up on the frill, and then you've got to match it up with the next part, I'd just do it in one continuous.
Yeah.
It's just a little tweak.
It's just
isn't it?
Yeah. It's just a hem.
Is that what the young folk call a hack?
Oh, it might be.
Might be.
Might
we don't
be.
know.
No.
We don't know. We're 51.
Exactly. Well,
we don't know.
I'm a bit older. You're a youngster.
No, we'd have been in the same year at school. You'd have been a year above. I'd have wanted to be your friend, but you wouldn't have. You'd have just looked down on me.
I would not. I would not.
No, you know, like when you're at secondary school,
yeah,
years do not interact
they don't mix,
with each other,
do they?
At all.
No, they don't.
But if we were in like sixth form together, we'd have been mates.
Yeah,
for sure. I feel certain.
Definitely, most definitely.
Oh.
Yeah. So what? So you
71?
1971.
Do you know, for a moment I thought a blossoming friendship was about to end horribly.
I'm off. Bye. I've just ruined it.
Taxi for Miss Harrison. Yes, born in 1971.
Yeah, so I was 70. Yes. Sorry.
Born in
He went white then.
Yes, I did. Beneath all of this pancake. No, but I've got a lovely, probably my oldest friend actually, Mary, who I was at school with and sixth form as well. And she was dressmaking when she was 12, 13. Yeah, and really,
she
really
still
well.
Does she?
She still dressmakes now. Amazing
that's
knitter and crocheter.
Oh.
But even when she was, because her mum dressmade. And so at school, and she used to go out, I mean, and everyone thought it was cool, to my knowledge. No one thought it was, you know, odd. But like, she would go out, if we were all going to a party, she would go out in the morning on the Saturday, buy fabric, and then she'd come to the party in the evening in like this gorgeous top and trousers that she'd made.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I know. Yeah. When I was at art college, because we were doing a fashion course, we would, throughout the year, we would have trips to London. And all of us would be, you know, sometimes the night before or the day before, and we'd be madly making because we wanted to have something,
of course,
brand new, because we were going
and cutting edge
to that there London.
Yeah.
Yes. So we always wanted to, you know,
look
our best, walking up and down Oxford Street. Because obviously people noticed, obviously.
Of course they did.
This is what we thought anyway.
Yeah,
we thought we were really, you know.
Exactly.
Something we did.
Some messages coming up. Hello, just wanted to say, Rebecca and Stuart, you're both so talented and you always explain things so clearly. Lorraine Cameron in Fulham. That's such a lovely message.
Yes, thank you.
I get to learn so many things from our wonderful guests. It's awesome. Christine's got in touch too to say, morning everyone. I wanted to say I have really enjoyed this morning's shows. Lots of information as well as lots of laughs. Thank you.
Oh,
that's what it's all about,
absolutely. It is what it's all about.
Another message. Karen from Dumfries and Galloway says, today you have both made me smile, laugh and learn. I'm 60 next week and want to now start dressmaking classes. You're both great. Well, first and foremost, happy birthday, Carol, for next week. And secondly, you are never, 60 is nothing.
No.
60 is the new 35,
exactly.
Trust me.
That's young.
It is young. It's officially young.
It is.
Did you know that, though? The World Health Organization.
Oh, really?
I think it's something like up to 64 is young, 65 to 80 is middle-aged, and 80 plus is old.
Yeah, well, we're
I think so.
Living longer, aren't we?
Yeah.
And doing more. I think we're definitely, you know, healthier, aren't we? And do more exercise.
Exactly. So that midlife crisis that I had a couple of years ago needs reframing, and I think
Yes.
we'll just call it a toddler tantrum, shall we?
What did you go for? Sports car?
Well, yes.
Did you really?
Well, Charlie bought me an MX-5 for my 40th, which was and asked me to marry me all on the same day, which was rather nice, rather overwhelming. It was a good day.
Oh, I wish I could find Charlie.
It's a good day.
I wish I could find somebody like Charlie.
Oh. Well, I'll share him.
Oh, has he got any friends?
Yes. You've got my number. Call me.
Oh, this show's suddenly got very interesting.
It really has, hasn't it?
Right.
Oh,
so
Nikki, I want to say happy birthday to you. It's Nikki's birthday tomorrow. She says, loving you two. I was born the same year as you, Stuart, so we would have been in the same class, or would it have been the same detention? Breakfast Club. Carmela says, I was born in 71 too. It was a very good year and made my clothes in my teens then and still do. My grandma was a seamstress. That is fabulous. Catherine says, I love Rebecca's demos. I got Happy Mail just now. My crochet kit I ordered last week is arriving. I know what I'm doing now. Love you too, Stuart. You make me smile. Bless your heart. Thank you. Oh, and Susan's got in touch. Susan Harrison has got in touch to say, love the show, you're a wonderful duo. Rebecca's mum. Big kisses to you. Big kisses to you. So
Love
your
you,
mum's
Mum.
watching, my mum's watching. Can we say good morning, Rosemary?
Morning, Rosemary. See, it's
My mum will
all
be
the mums.
shouting at the television, it's mum to you.
It's oh, bless them. You should be unpacking boxes. No, you shouldn't. I didn't say that. No, because when I left them yesterday, I said, don't unpack a box.
Right,
just,
okay. Yeah.
Just chill.
Yeah.
Just chill for a bit and get used to your surroundings.
Yes, exactly.
And then worry about where everything's going to go. But
don't you find as well, you put things out and then when you actually live in this space, you think that is completely wrong over there. It belongs here.
Yeah, I know. But they'll get there.
Yeah, left a bit, right a bit.
Yeah, that's it.
A little message from Karen who says, oh my goodness, Stuart, you have made my year. 60 and now officially young. I can't wait to tell my hubby. It's true. It's true. You are young. You are young.
60. I never think of 60 as.
Well, now I'm in my 50s. I definitely don't think of 60 as old.
No, I know.
No way.
No.
Christine from Greater Manchester asks you, Rebecca, can you stitch a whole garment on an overlocker, or do you still need a sewing machine? Threading scares me, from Christine.
Yeah.
Two things there. Can you sew a whole garment?
Yes. So anything. Well, anything jersey, anything stretch.
Yep.
You can do a whole garment. You don't need to use your machine.
Yoga pants.
Yes.
Easy. Yep.
Yeah. Anything like that. Yeah.
Sweatshirt.
Pajamas, sweatshirts, t-shirts. Yeah. You can do the whole thing. Even on a t-shirt, you have the ribbed neck.
Yeah.
You can attach that on the overlocker.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
But are sewing machines useful if you're sewing other non-stretch fabrics?
Yeah,
isn't
it? Every day I do that. Like I said, I overlock everything. If I'm using, anything other than jersey, I wouldn't just go straight to the overlocker to do. Overlock it all, and just. I think if you get into that habit of just doing it, then your overlocker's your best friend, really.
Right. I suppose it depends what you do, doesn't it? I imagine you're overlocking 90% of the time, sew machine 10. I'm the other way round. Sew 90% of the time, overlock 10% of the time. But we've both got an overlocker. We both love our overlocker. It's just the amount that we might use it, isn't it? Or certain times I'm constantly like for example, if I do loose covers, most of my time is going to be spent overlocking all of the pieces. Yeah. The sewing together doesn't take any time at all, really.
No. That is the thing. But I just think if you spend the time to do that, you're producing something that is as a different quality,
thing of beauty
to it,
inside and out.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're making for friends and passing it over, you know. I mean, then who's going to know if you've bought it or made it?
Rachel says, loving the demo. This is another Sewing Street make on my list. I put a fresh breath spray in my pocket, especially at a wedding. Oh, thank you, Rachel. That's satisfying my curiosity.
Because you never know.
I shouldn't really ask, should I? It's a bit rude. And certainly when I was a school teacher, I never wanted to know what was in the kids' pockets.
Oh, no.
No, definitely not.
No.
Georgina says, well, Stuart, today I am young and tomorrow I will be middle-aged. Georgina, is still nothing, is it? It's all relative. It's all about how you feel.
It is.
Yeah. And like when I wake up in the morning, I feel about 100. And but it's only for about 60 seconds. Yeah. By the time I've made my way to the bathroom, You're coming
okay.
down. The age is coming down.
Yes.
Absolutely, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
A message. Morning to you both. Lovely demos. Rebecca, do you take a needle out when you overlock everything? Do you do like 3 thread overlocking if you're constructing?
I don't. But you can. I don't do it. But there's nothing to say that you can't.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to have all 4 threads really, but
it's an option.
I mean, there's different things that you can use. So yeah, I would just go with whatever really. Right, that's my frill.
Gorgeous.
On the side panel.
The frill on that.
I know. The frill on that's
gorgeous.
beautiful.
And also just the
beauty.
bounce and the drape of it is lovely, isn't it?
It is. It is. So now I can attach the other front bodice piece. So obviously you've got this piece which is going across the body.
This piece right here.
Yeah, that piece there. So I am just going to do a quick stay stitch.
Right, because we said this earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah.
You still stay stitch even if you're going to overlock. So I suppose then you always want a sewing machine, don't you?
You do.
And just for those people at home, Rebecca, who haven't got an overlocker, but still want to make this garment.
Yes.
On your home sewing machine, what would you do?
Well, there are stitches on most machines, even a very basic one. I've got usually got an edging stitch or a finishing stitch. I mean, you can use one of those. So I've got this machine here.
Yeah.
This brother, I've got this at home. So there are. I'm looking at here. There are a few stitches look a little bit like an overlocking stitch actually.
Yeah.
Which again you could use.
Yeah. Steph had got in touch earlier. I just wanted to say that you know, she doesn't have an overlocker and she uses things like the zigzag or the overcasting stitch.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, if you're some of you perhaps at the beginning of your dressmaking journey as
and
well,
you don't want to,
don't want to invest in an overlocker just yet, you can still make garments that look professional inside.
Absolutely, yeah, of course you can, yeah. So there it is. So you've got obviously on the side there, you've got your straps,
got your little ties.
Yes. So so the one goes over. So here's one of my fronts here with the top on there, and that's my strap because that's the front panel there. So the strap's going on the outside there, whereas this one I need to attach, as I'm attaching this, I need to attach it into the side seam.
Gotcha, that one gets trapped in the side seam itself. Quick question while you're doing that. Helen's made a good point. She says, I'd use the overlocker to do a rolled hem on the frill. Could you do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't think of that.
Yes.
That'd be nice.
That would be very nice. Yeah. So yes, absolutely.
And your mum, I think, has just actually hinted that they have been doing a bit of unpacking.
Oh, okay.
Because
well,
Susan says you both look even better on the TV, which makes me think that Mum and Dad have got the TV set up.
They found the TV, because yesterday it was difficult to find. So, well done.
Super.
Well done.
Now
All's
stop
well
unpacking.
With the word. Yes. Have a cup
Rebecca's
of tea.
Mum. Yeah, have a cup of tea. Perhaps a scone or a toasted tea cake.
Oh, nice.
Toasted tea cake's a good moving in snack, I feel. It's sustaining. It's a little bit sweet, but it's not complex.
Yes. Well, they've moved from somewhere quite remote.
Yeah.
To Ledbury.
Oh, Ledbury's lovely.
I know. It's beautiful,
Ledbury's
isn't it?
lovely.
Yes, it is. Very, very beautiful.
And everything there.
Yes.
My mum and dad did the same. They were out in the sticks and then they moved up to Yorkshire, actually, from Gloucestershire, but they're in a big market town.
Yeah.
So everything you need, so much easier.
Yeah, no. So they can, nip out. Last night they went to the local Italian.
Ooh.
Because they could.
Of course.
So, yeah.
And a little glass of wine and walk home.
That's it. That's it, isn't
Glorious.
it? That's the beauty of it.
Glorious. Not trying to give you ideas there, Susan, but what's on the menu for tonight, eh?
I know.
Got about a minute left.
Right, okay. So I'll just pin this quickly so that I can show you. So there we go. So that's the front on, and there's a 1.5 centimetre overhang at the front, which comes into play when you've got all your pieces together and you put your facing on. The facing is angled, and that wraps around there, and then when you turn it back, it's a really neat edge, and it'll be in line with the frill. So you make up those bits separately, attach them through the side seam, and then you can decide if you want to keep your sleeve as a little cap sleeve, or you want to make up. There's one made up.
The beautiful
the
sleeves.
sleeve. Yeah. So completely up to you. Completely up to you. Yeah.
A lovely message to finish the hour, Rebecca. This is from Lorraine, who's in Hertfordshire. What a wonderful programme. I too have been sewing since I was 5 or 6 years with my mother and would buy fabric on Saturday for Monday. I'm 73 now. Lorraine. Well, that's still young.
That's still young.
Still young, Lorraine.
Very young. Oh.
Just a nipper. But isn't that wonderful?
Yes,
a lifetime's wonderful crafting and making.
Yeah.
Oh, and Paula's messaged as well. I'm recovering from surgery at Mum's, who is a sewer. I'm an avid knitter, but now converted.
Hey.
Hurrah! Started a mum and daughter sewing club for 2023.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's adorable.
Yeah, it
Rebecca, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
This is why I want to have a day workshop with you. But I don't want it to be anybody else. I just want it to be you.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that. We can do that.
What do you want to myself?
Yeah, we can do it.
Thanks again for a lovely hour. Right. Our next hour, we're talking overlockers and going a bit in depth. So stick around for that. Safe journey home.
Thank you.
And lots of love to your mum and dad as well.
Oh, thank you so much.
Take care. See you after this.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hello
everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, I'm Shirley Rutter-Parr and I'll be bringing to you Parr's Free Motion Rulers on Thursday on Sewing Street. A system designed to make free motion easier for you on your domestic machine. I look forward to seeing you then.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, hello, hello. It's the last hour on Sewing Street. Thanks for sticking with us. We've been having such a fun morning with Rebecca and with Bex. It's been a real tonic. You know, the way the morning started with that cold rain and darkness, it's just been wall-to-wall sunshine in here this morning. So I hope you've been enjoying it too. Now, our last hour on Sewing Street, we're going to have a little bit of more in-depth look at some dressmaking essentials. You know, I'm very mindful, I don't know about you, Sewing Bee will be coming back to our screens before you know it, early spring, and we'll all, if we haven't already, get the dressmaking bug or have our enthusiasm for dressmaking reinvigorated. Now, if we wait, and I count myself here as well, if we wait until the Sewing Bee is on, we've got no chance. We've got quite a few years of experience now of seeing what happens, and we call it now the Sewing Bee effect. Overlockers, everyone sells out. Dressmaking scissors, everyone sells out. Pattern weights, fabrics, French curves, you name it, they all sell out. And even manufacturers can't get them to us. So this is why now we do a bit more of a focus on dressmaking and get those things in. Same with mannequins as well, dressmakers mannequins. So we've got some overlockers on the show and we're going to start with those. Now then, I'm going to grab the Elna air threader to start with. This is the 864 air threader. Which will pop details on screen. Now we have literally only got one of these overlockers in stock. There's 3 in baskets. What I want to let you know is, if you've got any questions, actually, if you've got the 864 air threader in your basket right now and you've got a question that you need answered, get in touch with the studio, send us a little message on either Facebook or through the website, or send us a little email. Because if there's something I can do now, or a question that I can answer that will help you, that's what I'm here for. Now, the Elna air threader solves, I would say, the #1 pain point for dressmakers and anyone considering buying an overlocker, which is the threading. Now, Rebecca and I, if you're watching the last hour, Rebecca and I did both say, and it is true, that threading an overlocker is rather overhyped. It is much easier than most people would have you believe, but it is something that is different to threading a sewing machine, and it does require a bit of practice, but that does not mean that it's difficult. However, if you want to eliminate the issue of threading an overlocker, if you use an overlocker less often than kind of every day, and you want to be able to just jump on it, thread it up in seconds, and away you go, then the air threader is a really, really good option. It's also, I mean, what you're paying for, £1,059, isn't just the fact that this is threaded by air. That is not the only difference between this and one of the perhaps lower priced overlockers. You've got that strength of build, you've got that versatility, you've got that longevity in there. I'll show you it's a real workhorse. It is a real workhorse, and I mean all overlockers are, because they're very much about sort of constructing it professionally. But this is a real super duper machine. Let me show you a little slide just to illustrate some of those points. So, for example, you can do 4-thread programs or 4-thread overlocking. So we're overlocking, so really good for prepping your fabrics, as you saw Rebecca doing prior to construction. For stretch knit construction, for decorative over edging, it's not always about tidying the edge that's going to be hidden away. It can be an outer edge that's visible. And also use your overlocker for gathering. You can use the 3-thread program, remove 1 needle, overlock regular and wide, rolled hems, narrow hems, a picot hem, or I think if I'm correct, that's similar to like a lettuce hem. We've got a little bit of a decorative hem, a flat lock or a pin tuck. And then your 2-thread program, you can do flat lock and rolled hems. You've got within this the air threading system. This is literally a puff of air. So you literally pop your threads into a little tube, a press of a button, a puff of air, and your thread is threaded. It's popped through the machine. Absolutely fantastic. And it just removes that pain point that a lot of people feel about overlockers. Now, I'm a great one for practicing the things that you fear, the things that are holding you back, rather than avoiding them. If you want to avoid it, you can absolutely avoid it. Get yourself an air threader and you don't have to learn how to thread an overlocker. But it is not beyond any of us to learn to thread an overlocker. I remember when I got my long arm quilting machine, I had to learn how to thread that. That is completely different to threading a regular sewing machine. It is much more akin to threading a really, really old, like vintage sewing machine. It's more like threading one of those, yeah. But I'd never threaded one of those before. So for some people perhaps that had got that experience, it wouldn't have been as daunting. But to begin with, it daunted me. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. And it definitely isn't a reason to hold you back on your sewing journey. Now remember, with this bundle you're actually getting an amazing edition of overlocking threads. Let me show you those. This is $79.99's worth of overlocking threads. So in the box you have got, these are all Madeira threads, so you know they're fabulous quality. You get 4 massive cones of a warm buttery cream. You get 8 massive cones of white, because that's the colour that you're going to use a lot of. I'm just going to quickly check that I'm not telling you fibs there. I think they're the same colour, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, they are actually 2 different colours. I did wonder actually. So you've got 4 of what I would call a warm white. So that's the warm white. And then you've got 4 of what I would call winter white, which is that real sparkling, real almost glowy white. Yep. And then you've got 4 of the light grey, 4 of the dark grey. Getting caught inside the box. There we go, there's the dark grey. And then you're getting 4 of the black. So you're actually getting 6 different colours. $79.99 for that, but you're getting this for free. If you just want the overlocking threads, by the way, brilliant bundle this actually, really good. $79.99, worth every penny. Details are on screen. Now, they will work with any overlocker. You have 5 different colours, and essentially, unless you're going to have this showing on the outside of your garment, this would cover really any fabric that you wanted to overlock. Okay, I'll leave that with you. Okay, so back to the Elna air threader. So absolutely beautiful construction. You've got your little bit box on the front, and that is not just for decoration, and it's not for you to throw bits of thread in necessarily. This will actually catch the fabric that is cut off as you overlock. So Rebecca mentioned earlier on that overlockers come with a blade. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but with this we can actually lift the cutting blade. We don't have to have the cutting blade engaged. You can disengage the cutting blade so it doesn't cut off at all. So if you were cutting out your garment to your size, then you can disengage the blade, or you can just butt your fabric up to the edge of the presser foot, and then it's literally trimming off a few threads. It's quite a nice idea to keep the blade engaged, even if you don't want it to cut fabric, but to cut thread. But if you are cutting oversized and then overlocking down and trimming the edge off, this container at the front will catch all of those bits of fabric as well. So that's a nice little addition. That then comes off. Here is your threading inside. This is where you're going to thread your machine. This is your little holes. You literally poke the thread down there and press a button, and it just whisks the thread through. Cool is that. Cool is that. Sue's asked a question. Let me just see if I can answer this. Sue asked, do any of your overlockers have a removable part of the bed, like the sleeve bed of a sewing machine? My old one does, and I'm vaguely considering an upgrade, but it's a function I like on my old one. So you mean almost like a sleeve? I don't think that we do have an overlocker that we stock always that does that. This one doesn't, and I know this one definitely doesn't. So I'm going to say no, but that doesn't mean that when we get, for example, Dukey come in with overlockers, that they won't bring one. I'll ask the question. Sue. It's a really, really good question to ask. 6 of these in baskets. It's going to be first finger to press the button and check out is going to get that machine. It's our last one. Now, I would go for split pay personally if I was buying this, because I would rather pay £211.80 today, get the overlocker home and have a month using it before I even need to make the second payment. Remember, there are no credit checks, there is no added interest. You're not paying a penny more by buying it with split pay. So for me, it makes perfect sense to use that. £211.80. Get your air threading overlocker home, use it, enjoy it, love it. Use those threads, take your dressmaking, your home decor to a whole new professional level. Take it to a whole new level and just see what you can achieve. I'm not going to say next year you might go on the sewing bee, because usually if I say that to people, they're like, oh, never in a million years. But what is lovely is even the simplest garment finished with an overlocker looks gorgeous. It just elevates it. It's just beautiful. All right, so that's our Elna. I do need to let you know 8 of you have this in your basket. 1 of you will check out and get that machine home, and I know that you will love it. Well, congratulations to the person that's just checked out on the Elna. Congratulations, that's now sold out. So we need to look at a different overlocker, and let me give you a bit of a tour of this. So this is the overlocker that Rebecca was using in the last hour. Now, Rebecca, I think it's obvious how much respect I've got for Rebecca. She's an amazing guest, but you know, a truly amazing and gifted teacher and dressmaker, and it was wonderful for me, and I hope for you as well, to see her using this machine and the beautiful finish that it gave to the garments that she was making. That's accessible to everyone. She's really skilled, but actually the machine is doing that beautiful finish on the edge of the pattern pieces, so that's achievable for everyone. Let me show you a little slide about this Elna. £469. That's all you need to pay. Does hemming skirts or sewing stretch fabrics seem difficult to you? Well, not anymore with the Elna 664 Pro. What better friend can you have than the Elna 664 Pro? Neatly cutting, hemming and sewing in no time at all. Avoiding loose threads, hemming skirts, sewing stretch fabrics, creating a whole new wardrobe. I added whole, I thought it sounded better, of clothes are all a breeze with the Elna 664 Pro. Because the serger, often used in conjunction with a traditional sewing machine, isn't just there for the finishing touches. No, it's not. The Elna 664 Pro is also there to help you cut and assemble garments too, with no fuss. With features such as the colour-coded threading guide, tilting needle clamp, self-threading lower looper, program reference panel, adjustable differential feed, and a dozen 2, 3 and 4 stitch selections, the Elna 664 Pro is a brilliant overlocker for both intermediate and novice users. It also comes with a large collection of accessories, and the best part is that Elna offers a 2-year parts and labour guarantee. That is a lot of overlocker for the money, isn't it? for £469. But don't pay £469 today unless you really want to. Pay £156.33. Get your split pay. It's 3 split pays, which is stonking, isn't it? £156.33. If you pay that today, you'll get the overlocker home. No interest, no credit charge, no credit checks either. Have a month using it, enjoying it, seeing just how much it changes the way you sew. You're also getting a bit of a bundle of freebies as well. Look at this. You're getting 2.5 meters of gorgeous jersey. You're also getting a So Different pattern for the layer top and dress, which I just think is fab, really cool. And so you can jump straight on. Just jump straight on and away you go. Easy to use. Let's have a look at another slide. So here are the accessories that I was talking about. So, yeah, I never get too excited about screwdrivers, but they do come with it. But the tweezers, every overlocker needs a pair of tweezers. You use these when you're threading. You get needles, you get nets for controlling more tricky threads. You also get like your 2-thread converter so that you can do 2-thread overlocking. You've got your upper knife, which again use to cut and sew at the same time, cut and overlock, or just bring your fabrics just inside the blade so it's not cutting. You also get, of course, the catcher. You get your little fabric and thread catcher. So this is attached to the front of your machine, so that when you're overlocking, when you're cutting, your threads and your waste fabrics are going into that little container right there, which I think is brilliant. Then inside, let me just show you, you've got, now I'm going to say this, and you know me, I'm very honest about these things. Don't freak out at the diagram, okay? It is, if you've never done it before, I know it's really easy to look and think, oh, hang on. But like so many things in life, it is much easier to do than to read about or explain or for me to talk about. The diagram is there as a guide. Use the color coding, you know, and so many people actually, to learn to thread a serger or an overlocker, actually get a green, a yellow, a red and a blue reel of thread, and they put them on the machine to correspond with the colours and actually thread the overlocker with those colours. Now there's another reason why doing this is a really good idea. A, you will learn with the colour coding on your machine how to thread your machine, which means that if it does ever come unthreaded, you're not worrying, you can just rethread your machine. But it also means that when you start, if you've never overlocked before, it's quite difficult when all the threads are the same colour to look at your overlocking and actually see what each thread is doing. And the more you understand about what your overlocker's doing, the easier it is to use. And the easier you'll understand how to apply it. So keep those threads, and then when you've overlocked fabric, you can see, oh, okay, this is where the upper looper goes. This is what it forms in the stitch. This is what the lower looper is doing. This is how these threads interact with each other. And it just can help your understanding. And it certainly helps learn how to thread your machine. Let me show you a little slide, an extra slide. So this is showing you all of the different thread programs or stitch programs. I suppose we'd call them stitches, wouldn't we, on a sewing machine. You've got safety thread, 4-thread, a stretch knit, a gathering 4-thread, a stretch wrapped, a 3-thread wide, an overlock with 3 threads, a narrow hem with 3 threads, a rolled hem with 3 or 2, an overcast with 2, a flat lock with 3 or 2. You've got all of these different options. Now let's have a little bit more of an in-depth look at those. So here's the safety 4-thread. You'll use that a lot. All of these are explained. All of these are explained. An overlock stitch that has 2 needle threads and a lower and upper looper thread, and that's a safety 4 thread. The stitch stretches without breaking. The second needle thread reinforces the durability and strength of the stitch, but the stitch retains its elasticity. It's excellent for sewing knit garments. It's appropriate for loose-fitting woven garments. But that's the kind of stitch you'd use if you wanted to. You could construct, you could actually sew a knit garment. So a sweatshirt, t-shirt, something like that. You can construct and overlock in one step. Let's have a look at the next slide. All of this from a £469 Elna overlocker. Brilliant. The Gathering 4 has the same characteristics as the Safety 4 thread. The Gathering 4 thread program uses the differential feed. So the differential feed adjusts the tension, the stitch length and the tight needle tensions easily and evenly will gather your fabrics for ruffles, for things like a frill. The technique works best on light to medium weight fabrics. You can use that for things like tiered skirts, for the frill, for example, on the Darjeeling frock. Also for things like home decorating accents, frilled cushions, things like that. We've had a question. Okay. Hi Stuart, please can you tell me whether the blade is retractable on the 664 Pro Overlocker? Thanks. Norma, who's in Cheshire. The 664 Pro is this machine over here, isn't it? Oh, it's this one right here. Sorry. Have you had a look online? We're just going to check it. I think it is. Retractable blade. Yeah, it is. It is, Norma. Yes, it is retractable. Perfect. Awesome. So a few more of the thread programs that you can do. So, for example, a 3-thread overlock. That's the 664, right? Or is it the Pro? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm wittering. I was confused because I knew that one over there was the 664, you see. So the 3-thread, looking at program 6, same characteristics as the 3-thread wide. So you've got a balanced stitch, but the 3 threads lock together on the edge of the fabric. Suitable for medium to heavyweight fabrics. It's a great edge stitch to finish on a single layer of fabric. So you could use this for prepping your pattern pieces before you construct. The 3-thread has the same characteristics as the 3-thread wide, but it's a narrow version. So this is really good for constructing things like lingerie. And you know, I never thought I'd say this, because certainly when I did the sewing bee, which is 10 years ago now, we filmed that. But, you know, dressmaking had not had its resurgence. We're very much on the crest of a wave now with dressmaking. And so then I remember the people that I worked with who were very experienced dressmakers were all sort of saying, oh, making your own lingerie. No, I would never do that. I mean, Anne Rowley, who won the first series, she was like, oh gosh, no, I'd never make my own underwear. But actually by the 3rd or 4th series, I think it was maybe series 3, they had included making things like bras and underwear and nightwear, things like that. And now I see it all the time on Instagram and Facebook, people making their own lingerie. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? Perhaps these things come in waves. But with your Elna 664 Pro, you can do lingerie as well as sweatpants, yoga wear, active wear, jersey, knitted fabrics, but also really soft and lightweight floaty organzas, silks, chiffons. Your 664 Pro will handle them all. Amazing price, £469. A couple more stitches to show you. A rolled hem. Now we were talking about rolled hems earlier on. This would be a lovely finish on the bottom of those frills on the Darjeeling frock. So 3 threads form an unbalanced stitch this time. So rather than keeping the edge of the fabric flat, the unbalanced nature of the stitch actually rolls the fabric inside the stitch. Yeah. So common uses for this: hemming. It's a hemming method for light to medium weight fabrics. You can also use it for pin tucks for decoration. But I mean, absolutely gorgeous for doing a rolled hem on fine fabrics. Overcasting, yeah, I mean, again, needle and lower looper threads form an edge finish that's lightweight and flat. This is just a 2-thread overcast. Great for an open seam edge on lightweight fabrics. So if you're doing something maybe like a shirt, light fabrics, light blouse, something like that, you could use the 2-thread overcast. Last one of these, flat lock 2 and 3. You often see this on things like t-shirts, don't you? Like around the neckline. 3 threads form an unbalanced stitch that can be pulled open into a flat seam. The stitch resembles the exposed stitch seen on ready-to-wear sweatshirts and knit sportswear t-shirts, that kind of thing. It's used as a construction method for bulky knitwear. You can also use it as a decorative accent. So I saw a question the other day online which was, you know, kind of, what have I done wrong? Why are these stitches visible on my seam? How do I get rid of them? And actually you don't. They're meant to be seen. If you use a matching thread, they will, you know, disappear into your fabric, but they are meant to be visible. So you can use that as a decorative feature. Maybe use like white thread on black fabric for a decorative finish around a neckline. Play with these stitches. You know, overlockers don't just do one thing. Lots of these in baskets. Now I just need to remind you, although we don't have one left like we did with the air threader, very, very popular today. We definitely do not have a big stock of these overlockers. So if you want to get your Elna 664 Pro overlocker with the bundle of fabrics and pattern included, you'll need to check out. This is your opportunity. It's a great opportunity today. Use the split pays though, won't you? 156.33. Now, if you wanted an air threading overlocker and you were disappointed that the Elna air threader sold out, we do have a Juki air threader overlocker. We don't have this physically here. This is the kind of product that gets brought along when we do Juki shows, but we do have it on the website. It is the Juki Sumato overlocker. All of the details are on the website. Really worth having a good look through those. You can also, of course, go onto the Juki website and get full information. You can download the manual too. I think when you're making a considered purchase, it's really worth having a look at all of the specs, having a look at the details, and seeing what it can do for you, seeing how it can change your sewing. So if you have a look on more details, if you go onto the website and click on more details, you will actually get up all of that information. I'll show you in just a second. Were you able to show that? No. Oh, the website's crashed. Oh. If you want to buy anything now before it sells out, use the customer care line, 0800 001 4433. That's the easiest way to get through when we're having website issues. It happens sometimes, doesn't it? All right, shall we move down? Okay, a couple of other sewing essentials, dressmaking essentials. We'll start with the Oliso iron. Now, the Oliso iron has been uber desirable ever since Jenny Doan used it on her videos for Missouri Star Quilt Company. I don't know anybody who knew about the Oliso iron with the little legs before that. Maybe you did, well spotted if you did. But most of us discovered the Oliso iron from Jenny using it. And you know, to begin with, I think it was very much the fact that it's got little legs and it stands up, which was the thing that caught our eye. But it's by no means the greatest of this iron's charms. Let me just make sure it's switched on. There we go. That always helps, I find. So this was the thing, the fact that when we're using it to iron, the legs go down, but when we stop and leave it, it pops up on legs and it just stands there ready to be used. As soon as you grab that handle, the legs go down and away you go again. It's the kind of thing, as you saw perhaps earlier on with Reid, once you've used an Aliso, you never want to stand your iron up again. You just leave it there and it pops up. But as I say, it's probably once you've got an Aliso, it's probably the least of its charms. What you will be so much more impressed with and glad that you bought it for are all of these features. So for example, the 2-inch detailing tip at the top, so you can slide that tip in between pleats, under collars, to get the most beautiful crisp presses. You've got a very durable, smooth, gliding ceramic surface. You've got easy clean, even when you're using things like fusibles, which are normally the bane of an iron's life. You've got powerful, even steam distribution. You get that beautiful, effective steam pressing. You've got a large flat pressing area with even edge-to-edge heat. For me, yes, edge-to-edge at the wire, but also at the tip. And that is sometimes where you don't get even heat distribution with an iron. But with your Aliso, you absolutely do. Now there's that detailing tip, and you can see it's a 2-inch detailing tip. So if you want to get into pockets, if you want to get into pleats, things like that, it's just absolutely brilliant for getting into those pleats. Sorry, someone's just brought in some birthday cake and I'm just... Oh, I'm a tinker, aren't I? I can't resist, and I certainly couldn't wait. Sorry, everyone, I'm a human. What can I say? Powerful, continuous steam. Eliminate wrinkles with ease and presses in sharp creases. That's what we want. Now, water tank, large water tank, 12 ounces, 12 3/4 ounces, 375 mils. So you're going to put water in and it is going to stay producing steam for ages. But, you know, for me, it's that iTouch Auto Lift. Love it. This is the thing that really got our attention. It really made the design a household name, I think it's fair to say. Literally touch the handle to lower and go, let go of that and the iron will lift. It's got an extended 30-minute shut off, so you can't leave your iron on overnight. That does happen. It does happen. Yeah. I was teaching a workshop once at the Festival of Quilts. And I was teaching in the daytime and then somebody else was teaching in the evening. And when I came in the morning, I went into the room and I thought, locked classroom. And I thought, gosh, it's warm in here. That's nice, lovely. And then as I was getting my bits and pieces together, ready for my students, I could hear click, click, click. And I thought, what is that? And I thought, that sounds like an iron turning itself off. And all 12 irons had been left on all night. Can you imagine? Just ironing my pressing board here. Now, I do just need to let you know that we do only have 4 of these irons available. We're having some website issues across actually our channels. IT are on it. What that does mean, though, is that once people can check out online, suddenly it will all happen at once. So what you think is, oh, there's 4 irons, that's fine, that's no problem. Suddenly there might be 20 people who want to buy it. And as soon as the website's up and running, they'll buy it. So if you want something, I would use the customer care line. I would ring our customer services. It's a free phone number. It's 0800 001 4433. It's a free line. You can get your Elisa wine or your Overlocker or whatever else it is. They're just giving me ironing to do now. Oh, the website's back. We're back. We're back in business. There we go. Refresh your browser and you'll be back in business too. There we go. That is just beautiful. It's such even heat distribution. It's absolutely wonderful. I think the thing is, you know, like I said at the start, we're all a bit charmed by those little legs popping out and it standing up. But bottom line is, it is a really beautiful iron, beautifully crafted, beautifully engineered. And the best engineered products do the job they're meant to do beautifully. And don't we all deserve that? I think we do. All right, I'm going to leave this to one side. Now, I just want to leave you the details of the Dukey Overlocker because we weren't able to show you that earlier on. That was the point at which it crashed. So here's the website. Click more details and then it'll give you all the specifications of the Dukey. You can also go onto the Dukey website, of course, download the manual and then actually sort of have a good read of it. But once you've done that, come back to us and fingers crossed, we'll still have the Dukey in stock. It's an air threader, remember. So if you want an air threader, that's the one to go for now. Okay, a few more dressmaking items. I got some ham. Oh, had ham for my lunch yesterday. It was delicious. But I'm not talking about that kind of ham. I'm talking about a tailor's ham. You could probably guess why it's called a ham because it kind of looks like the shape of a ham. It's a pressing ham. So what you're going to use this for, in patchwork, of course, our goal, generally speaking, is to try and get our work as flat as possible. We're making a two-dimensional top. But in a lot of dressmaking, what we're doing is taking two-dimensional fabric to create a three-dimensional garment that will fit a body. The last thing you want to do when you've sewn in 3 dimensions is to press them flat and get rid of them. You're going to do your pressing on a ham. So you're going to use this for things like when you've sewn the shoulder seams, when you're sewing things like the collar into place on a jacket or a shacket. You're going to place it on here and you can then actually press that curve in and smooth it out. They're a really useful bit of kit. Again, they're the kind of thing that pops up on Sewing Bee, and then as soon as they pop up on Sewing Bee, everywhere sells out of them. But by then, it's a bit too late. A message from Collector in Merseyside. I've really enjoyed today's shows. Lots of fun and so many tips, especially for me to get more out of my overlocker. Fab. That's brilliant. That is brilliant news. That's exactly what we want to hear. It's exactly what we want to hear. That's what we're here for, to try and help you, not just to find the right products, but to get the best use out of them as well. Question about needles? Do a little bit of research for me on that one and we'll answer. Julie. Hi Stuart, can you tell me if I need special needles for the overlocker, please? Love, Julie. Yes. I'm going to say yes, there are overlocker needles. Okay, right, so kind of a bit of both. So most modern overlockers use exactly the same needles as you would for a regular sewing machine. So stretch needles for a sewing machine will also go in your overlocker. Just remember that you need 2 of them. Yeah. Colour fast. So yeah, so your Yeah, so Charlie, our director, was just asking, is this going to be colour fast? Is there going to be a transfer? No, you'd be fine, absolutely fine. So this is the ham, and you can use these actually for you know, ironing your clothes as well afterwards. They're quite useful for that. So that's our ham. We've also got the sleeve roll. So this is if you've got really thin arms. No. So the idea isn't that this fills out the whole of the sleeve, but what you're going to do is, so for example, I've got the fabulous Darjeeling frock here. I'm just going to find one of the sleeves. So for example, once you've sewn your sleeve seam, what you can do then is to actually pop that sleeve roll in. I've lost where my seam is now. Let me, hang on, come back. There we go, there it is. Right, so you can go in either way, but then pull that onto your sleeve roll, and then when you're pressing that seam, you're actually pressing it as if it's rolled around. You know, you've made a tube and now you're pressing it as a tube rather than flattening it out. You're maintaining that shape. And sometimes it's just about hovering an iron over the top. It's not even about pressing, but it's just relaxing those fibres into the shape that they're meant to be. Okay, so both really, really useful bits of kit for dressmakers, but often overlooked. Now, also very, very useful is pattern paper. Now, this is from Prim. You get 10 metres on this roll. It's 1 metre wide. And what you've got here is, it's quite a robust tissue. I'll actually show you an open roll. Thank you. So you've got 10 metres of this, and it's much more robust than your standard tissue. I should say it's at least double the thickness of the standard tissue that you get paper patterns made out of. And so what you're going to do here is you can trace over any dressmaking pattern onto this. And what's useful, of course, is that you can trace it across the metre, but if it's a really big pattern piece, then you can extend the roll and you can trace it going in the other direction, so you're not having to join bits of paper together. You can trace off the size that you use, that you're cutting, rather than cutting into your original pattern, which is great if your size fluctuates. If you're making the same garment for you and somebody else and you're 2 different sizes, no need to buy 2 patterns. But I think it also really comes into its own if you're using patterns from either a dressmaking or a bag book, because typically in a book you're going to not only have multiple sizes on your pattern pieces, you're actually probably going to have multiple patterns on the same sheet, and they will be printed in different colours. So for example, the shirt's printed in 5 different sizes in red, the trousers are printed in 5 different sizes in blue, but they actually overlap each other. So you would destroy your patterns if you cut them out. Put that book underneath, trace your pieces off, then you've got a permanent pattern. Keep that in a little zip top clear plastic wallet, and then you've got your pattern pieces ready to go to when you need them again. So it's absolutely brilliant stuff. It's also really good if you do things like lots of applique, because you can use this and actually cut a piece for your ironing board, lay it on your ironing board, and actually just put a few pins around the outer edge to hold it in place. And then that will protect your ironing surface when you're using things like Bondaweb. You can also then put another sheet of this over the top, or a smaller piece while you're pressing. So it can be used for that too. Yeah, don't run out of things like that. 10 metres will go a long way, but if you do a lot of dressmaking, particularly from books, consider getting a couple of those. It's a very reasonable price too as well, isn't it? Now, another of my top tips for dressmaking and for patchwork is wool pressing mat. So if we can go to that next, and I want to just tell you why I think wool pressing mats are so brilliant. So this is a 12-inch square wool pressing mat, and I would say for most applications this is a perfect size. It's ample, you can have it next to your sewing machine, you can travel with it, it's a great thing. What I love about it is really dense and very firm. I can't really show you how little the surface is yielding when I press into it, but you know, it's not a block of wood, so it's yielding a tiny bit but very little. Why is that such a good thing? Well, there's lots of reasons why. When you press something, if on a normal ironing board, if the top surface is quite thin, when you press, especially with steam, on dark fabrics in particular, you can very easily transfer the lines of the metal grid that your ironing board is made of onto your fabric. You'll actually iron them into your fabric, and they're now impossible to get out. We don't want that. You've got nothing like that under here. You've also, with a really firm surface, things like your seam allowances on things like patchwork will not press through your patchwork pieces, so that they become visible on your patchwork on the right side as well. Another reason why I love the wool pressing mat, if I'm doing things like applique, where I'm turning the edge of the applique or turning hems, you want a really firm pressing surface. This is perfect for doing that. It also really holds the heat. So it will actually increase the amount of heat that's getting to the underside of your fabric. So if you're prepping pieces and you're having to flip your fabrics over and iron them from both sides, try a wool pressing mat, because it really will distribute that heat and hold that heat much better. Final point, these are brilliant if you work with PU or with vinyl. So if PU or vinyl, particularly vinyl, gets creased, and it often comes folded, you don't press it, don't iron it. What you want to do is you want to iron your wool pressing mat and give it a really good iron, get it nice and hot. Then take your iron away, lay your vinyl on top of the hot pressing mat and press it down and smooth it out, and it will take out the creases from the heat that's in your mat. Here's a little tip from me. Okay, a couple of other things to go through before we do the menu. Should we do the French curve? If you want to do your own dressmaking, designing or altering patterns, a French curve really is essential. This is from So Easy. It's a brilliant price, £12. What this allows you to do is personalize your patterns, alter the fit for things like necklines, armholes, sleeve caps, hip lines, waist lines, hem lines. Also really good for tracing patterns, because you can lay this against, if you're tracing onto the prim tracing paper, you can lay this over the top, and then you're not slavishly trying to follow a line with a pencil. You can just lay your ruler on top and draw a line much quicker. They're really useful. All your serious dressmakers, I think, all the ones I know, have a French curve in their kit. It's fab. And it's, you know, one of those special bits of kit that, I don't know, I think it's rather lovely. Okay, it's time. Time for the menu? I think it's time for the menu. Yeah, let's do the menu. Let's do tomorrow's menu. The menu. Okay, 8 a.m. Fabric Stash Builders. I love those shows because a well-stocked stash is one of the most glorious things a sewer can have. At 9 o'clock, my very dear friend Janet Clare is here with some fabulous kits. At 10 a.m, actually Janet and I are having a bit of a get together this afternoon, so we'll get all our gossiping out today, out of our system. At 10 o'clock we've got sewing room tools, and then at 11 a.m. Janet is here with the Wordsmith book. This is absolutely fabulous. You are going to love it. At 12 o'clock we've got an hour of sewing machines. So really a fantastic day tomorrow. Okay, I hope the weather has got better out there. I've no idea. Is it still raining? Is it still gloomy? If it's still grey and gloomy, you know what? Just cosy down this afternoon. Watch Hobby Maker, our sister channel, and maybe learn a new craft. Or get your sewing machine out, get your knitting, get your crochet out. I'm going to be doing a little bit of that this afternoon as I sit having cups of tea with Janet Clare and putting the world to rights. But listen, whatever you're doing this afternoon, I hope you have a great afternoon. Look, take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m.